What's going on, guys? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Welcome. Discord got canceled a long time ago. Let me find the link actually to the new free community. That's a good one. Thank you for reminding me. Let me put that up for you guys right now. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Okay. This is the invite link to the new public community. I'm going to pin this. If anybody else in chat is asking, please let them know where to go look. Okay. All right. I'm just setting up the title right now on Rumble, and then we'll get started. It's a crazy one, actually. Thank you to whoever, I think Alex, thank you for sending me this. I was reading it, and I was absolutely floored at what I was reading. Holy crap, dude. So multiculturalism is a complete fail on every single front imaginable. That's what's crazy. I mean, every front imaginable, too. It's insane. Okay. So we're ready to rock. Multiple fronts. Great. Cool story. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Good evening. Yeah, the racist word is played out. Sorry, and now we have data to back it up. Listen, we're not blind. We could see with our own very eyes that multiculturalism doesn't work. The people don't assimilate, and this now goes on. I think the study was from '96 over to 2015. So I have my notes here. Let me get everything ready, and then we'll get into it. It's actually a crazy story because Europe has been pretty much cucked to the maximum degree, and they would never publish, they would never even think about publishing a story like this, especially if you've seen the temperature in Europe recently, where there have been migrant attacks on locals and the police will refuse to investigate, or the police will not name who the attacker was because it doesn't follow the narrative. This is actually nothing new. If you've been paying attention, you've seen this happen. It's actually going on in the United States as well. But the story is insane because now we have academic papers, and it's worse than you've ever imagined, actually. So we'll get into that one tonight, and then we'll do some reactions too. I have a bunch of videos to react to, some articles to talk about, and yeah, we'll hang out on a Tuesday. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. So make sure I got everything ready. Cool. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about is this academic paper, and it came from some researchers in Denmark, of all places, by the way. And before you're before you start to glaze over and think, oh, for fuck's sakes, dude, you know, here's gonna be some boring economic shit. You got to stay for this one because it's crazy. All right, it's one of those rare studies, and I mean really rare in today's world, where it actually proves for once and for all what we've all been seeing with our own eyes. And I kid you not, it's a study, it's long. So this paper is titled, I don't have the link on me here to put it in the chat, but if you can search for medium, run impacts of immigration on the housing market, okay? And it's looking at Denmark. I have it over here to the right of the screen. It's a study over 17 years. And what makes this study different in particular, what it makes it actually worth talking about, is that they're not using the usual bullshit methodology that they use, where immigrants, for example, will self-select into certain areas and you can't tell what's cause and effect, right? So this is like, not only is it a bombshell study, but it is very well put together. So Denmark, they have this refugee dispersal policy where the government literally assigns refugees to municipalities, right? On a quasi-random basis. So it means essentially that refugees, they don't get to choose where they live or where they got placed. And that will give us, in this data, clean actually data information to actually measure what happens to housing when you inject immigrants into the picture, or I should say into the area specifically. So it's such a good study. So I'll give you the big picture first in all this before we dive into all these numbers. So between 1999 and 2025, the immigrant population in Denmark more than doubled, okay? From 5.4% of the population to 12.6%. So more than doubled in 25 years. Keep this in mind. And you have to get this too. Immigrants and their descendants accounted for, are you ready for a staggering number here? 90% of Denmark's population growth during this period. Without immigration, Denmark's population would have been basically flat. And with it, they went from 5.3 to almost 6 million people, guys. Now, what do you think happens to housing prices when you add that many people to a country where 90% of your population growth is coming from immigration and the housing supply isn't keeping pace? What do you think happens? So I'll tell you what happens, actually. We know now what happens because researchers, these amazing researchers that had the balls to actually measure all of this and do so knowing that they'll face a ton of scrutiny and be labeled racist and whatever. It says that a 1% increase in the immigrant population over a 5-year period, and that's what they measured, 5-year periods, leads to a 6% increase in private rental prices and an 11% increase in housing prices at the municipal level. Can you imagine that? I'll repeat this again. Get these numbers in your head real quick. 1 percentage point increase in immigrants equals to 11% increase in housing prices. That is fucking wild. And during the study period, the immigrant population grew by an average of 1.2% every 5 years, which according to their calculations means that immigration accounted for 62% of all housing price appreciation in Denmark during that time. Wow. 62%, guys. So if you're sitting there, say in Denmark, or fuck it, in America or any other Western country, really, you're wondering why you can't afford a house? Like, what is fucking happening? Why your rent keeps going up? Why housing prices have exploded? You now have academic proof that mass migration is a massive driver of that. This isn't speculation anymore. This isn't some like political talking point. Now we have peer-reviewed research using the cleanest data you can possibly get. And here's what makes the study so fucking good. They looked at 2 different levels. Municipal level, which is like the citywide study, and at a neighborhood level. And that one gives you a more granular view on all this data. And the effects are different depending on which level you're looking at, right? So at the municipal level, the broader city view, they found large increases in both rents and prices. So you have an inelastic housing supply, which pretty much you could just say construction didn't keep up with the demand. And no native flight, meaning that Danish people weren't leaving the city in response to immigration, typical of a city, okay? But when you looked at the neighborhood level, the local level, they found a more modest increase in rents and the prices and evidence of native flight, meaning Danish people were moving out of neighborhoods that got more immigrants. and an increase in public housing stock, meaning that the government was building subsidized housing to accommodate this influx. So what does this actually mean? What's the real world implication here? What do you think? It means that at a city level, if you're a property owner, you're getting rich off immigration, filthy rich. Your property values are skyrocketing. Your rental income is going up, and you're making bank. And you didn't do shit except own the property when the government decided to flood the country with immigrants. Are you hearing what's happening here? But if you're the working class Danish person or the American or the French or the German, it doesn't matter, and you're trying to buy your first home, you are fucked. You're fucked because the prices are up 11% higher for every percentage point of immigrant population growth, which over the study period means that prices are up 30 to 40% higher than they would have been without the mass immigration. And if you're renting, you're also fucked because rent is going up 6 percentage points for every percent of immigrant growth. And wages sure as hell haven't kept up with the pace of that, right? This is direct wealth transfer from the working class people to the property owners, from young people to old people, from renters to landlords, and it's being driven by government immigration policy. Do you see how you're getting fucked by your own government? Right? And when you go at the neighborhood level, it's even more insidious, guys. Because what they found in the study was that when immigrants move into a neighborhood, and I know the people already know this already, the native Dutch people start moving out. This is white flight, but they won't call it that in the paper for obvious reasons because you're not allowed to say that. What, can you imagine? I'm just blown away. They can't even say white flight. Think about that. So at the neighborhood level, immigrants move in, locals move out. So the people are voting with their feet. Do you see that? And when the natives leave, the government responds by building more public housing, which further concentrates immigrants in those neighborhoods. So you get this dynamic where immigrants push up housing costs citywide, enriching property owners, but at the neighborhood level, they push out natives who can afford to move. And the ones who can't afford to move, you get stuck in increasingly immigrant-heavy neighborhoods with declining amenities and increasing crime, which, I'm inferring here because the paper won't talk about crime, but we all know what happens when you get a massive influx of immigrants into a community. It's no secret anymore. And if you're one of the people, one of the natives stuck there, you're most likely going to be victimized. Another conspiracy theory is coming to light, isn't it? Isn't it? This is insane, dude. And the supply response is completely inadequate. They found that the housing supply is inelastic, meaning construction isn't keeping up, and the only construction that is happening is public housing. Can you imagine that? It's all subsidized housing for poor people, which means taxpayers are footing the bill to house migrants while private developers aren't building enough market rate housing to accommodate the demand. So you're getting triple fucked. That's another one. This is by design, okay? This isn't an accident. This is a feature, you guys. This is not a bug. So property owners, the wealthy elite, they benefit massively from immigration because it drives up their asset values without them having to do anything. Meanwhile, the working class people will bear all the costs, higher rents, higher home prices, declining neighborhood quality, increased competition for jobs. But hey, they didn't see any of those gains, did they? Of course they didn't. And when you point this out, when you say, hey, mass immigration is making housing unaffordable, they'll call you what? What's their favorite word? Tell me. There it is. Racist. Xenophobic. Yeah. They say you're going to scapegoat immigrants. It's not their fault for the economic problems caused by other things. But here's the peer-reviewed research from Denmark showing that no, actually, immigration is a mass driver of housing unaffordability. Actually, not racist, peer-reviewed, proof. So let me tie this back to what we've been seeing in America and the rest of Western countries, because Denmark isn't unique in this dynamic that's playing out everywhere all over the West. You got cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Toronto, Vancouver, take your choice, take your pick. And housing prices have absolutely gone parabolic in some of these areas in the last 20 years alone. And in every single one of those cities, Immigration has been a major component of population growth. And young people can't afford to buy homes in the cities where they grew up. Native born citizens are priced out of their own communities, all because of diversity, inclusion. We wanted our tacos. We wanted our, whatever, African food. We wanted our Arab food. We wanted the diversity to be able to eat all these cuisines from the rest of the world. Look, isn't it cool? You can go to the taco shop down the street. Isn't it? It's cool how your children can't afford housing now, how shit is really expensive for everybody. It wasn't just the jobs that started getting hacked from under you. First, they took the shitty jobs. Oh no. Oh no. We need workers to pick our strawberries. Americans won't do these jobs. Then they said, well, H-1B visas in America specifically, we'll bring in skilled labor because some Americans don't have the skills, apparently. So at the medium level, at the low level, and the high level, you are getting replaced because it's cheaper. Because do you know what's happening here? In the broad scale, imagine you are a landowner, property owner, or corporate, some kind of corporate hotshot. You bring in people, you pay them shit, so you get to suppress wages, maximize profit for your company. Then, because you're wealthy, you own other assets. So what happens is this increase in traffic from people now spikes up asset prices due to competition and very low supply. The demand is high as hell, and the demand is kept high because builders aren't keeping up with the supply that is needed to house all these people. So you're getting rich from suppressed wages, you're getting rich from inflated asset values, and you're taking it from both ways while you're fucking over your fellow American, your fellow German, your fellow British person, your fellow whoever the fuck else is struggling with this same shit. Do you understand that you're being fucked by your government, by the elite? It's not a red or blue. Okay, both sides, Republicans and Democrats, work together to bring all this legislation forward. Democrats and Republicans have brought all these NAFTA, who started it and who signed it, for example. Think about that. Open borders, are we kicking them out or giving amnesty to some that have come over the years? What's happening here? The tax breaks, who started it, who continued it, and who extended it just now? Think about this. We've had red, blue, red, blue, red, red, blue, red. Think about that. So when they say it's two wings of the same bird, that's what they're talking about. You understand? So what is the response to the elites for all of this shit that's happening from these so-called property owners, from the politicians that we vote in to make sure this doesn't happen? Well, it's always the same, man. Always the same. We need more immigration to grow the economy. We need more immigration because we're a nation of immigrants. We need more immigration because we have to fill the jobs. And they never mention that the mass immigration is making them richer at the expense of everyone else. Think about who benefits from all this high housing prices. Not you. Think about it. It's not the average working guy. It's the property owner. I already told you. It's the landlords. It's the real estate investors. It's the people who already have wealth and assets. And the mass migration or immigration is a policy that directly transfers wealth to them from you. Okay? And the academics will tell you that, well, we need to increase the housing supply elasticity. We need to build more housing. That's true. But that's not happening. That's not politically feasible in the most cities because all this NIMBYism bullshit and the zoning laws and environmental regulations. So what do you get instead? Think about it. Higher prices, no supply response. That's it. So the paper even says this, by the way. They recommend these policies to increase housing supply and redistribute some of the gains from, I shit you not, immigration to the people who bear the burden, which is their academic way of saying, hey, this is fucking over working people, white working people. Maybe we should do something about that. But of course, nothing will be done because, the people making the policy are the ones benefiting from it. That's the truth in this. So your neighborhood gets white flight. You pay into this fucking tax system. You're a net contributor. And the people you're bringing in are the ones that take from the system. How crazy is that? And then price you out of your own land. So this is one of those things where the science and the data is crystal fucking clear. Nobody can bitch and moan in the comments. Nobody can say shit. The data's clear. The mechanism's clear. But the political will to change anything, it doesn't exist. Because the beneficiaries of the current system are the ones in power. Right or left, it doesn't matter. You're voting for very rich, very wealthy politicians who've most likely been installed there by the business elite, by this globalist, whoever the fuck, UN, WEF, all these names, these acronyms for these institutions who somehow have all this power and bureaucracy and sway of our government. These are unelected bureaucrats. Yet for some reason, they have so much control and influence. So property owners, they're voting, guys. They donate to politicians. They have influence. What are young people trying to do? They're trying to buy their first house. They're not organized. They're not even political, right? They're not the young people are not considered the political constituency, and maybe that's changing, and hopefully it is. So they just get, ground up by this machine. But now the machine has turned on everyone else that isn't in the top 1% practically. And when you scale this up and look at it from, let's just say, a 30,000 foot view, you're going to realize that mass immigration is one of the most effective tools for upward wealth redistribution that exists. And it's a policy that makes the rich richer and the poor poor. And it's being sold to you as compassion, as diversity, as economic necessity. But it's really just a wealth transfer scheme. It is diversity. It is an economic necessity, but for rich people, because they need the slave wage laborers. They need people that won't tell them no. They need people on H-1B visas that are dependent and cannot say anything or else they get kicked back to their country. They need people that will do more with less and don't speak up. So the Danish study, 62%, guys, of house appreciation, just over 17-year period, strictly from immigration. Strictly. You have to think about this for a second. If this happened to the Danes, what the fuck are we looking at in terms of increase percentage-wise in places like Los Angeles, in places like Miami, in places like New York, Chicago, Portland, Seattle? What the fuck has this done to premier tier 1 cities in America where the demographics have dramatically shifted? Isn't that insane? If housing prices had only gone up, let's just say 38% of what they actually went up, how many people, for example, could afford a home right now? How many more young families could build wealth through home ownership? If your house that you are looking at buying right now is 38% cheaper, 62%. Think about that. Could you afford the house that you're looking at right now if it was 30% cheaper, just off the top right now? Would you be in a home? Would you own a home today? So now you have these young families and they can't build this wealth through home ownership like many more before them. You're trapped in a rent cycle. So instead, as citizens, for a system that we're paying into, we get mass migration, skyrocketing prices, landlords and property owners are getting fucking fat, filthy rich. And if you complain, you're a racist, you're a fucking bigot, you're a xenophobe. This is the con. This is literally the game, the playbook. And most people don't even realize that it's happening because they're too focused on the culture war, the aspects of immigration, the crime, the welfare, the cultural change in general, the flavor of how society is, which are all legitimate concerns too. But the economic impact, we never had real proof. The way immigration is now used as a tool, and they probably realized this decades ago, a tool for class warfare against working people that flies under the radar. This is economic warfare against you. And it's not just housing. This same dynamic plays out in the labor markets where immigration suppresses all the wages. It plays out in schools where immigration increases class sizes and lowers the educational quality. It plays out in healthcare, where immigration increases the wait times and strains resources of the state. Across the board, you see the same pattern. Elites benefit, working people pay the costs. Always little guys getting fucked. And politicians will tell you immigration is good for GDP. Economists say that it's good for economic growth. We hear this all the time. More people, more economic activity. Business leaders keep telling us they need more workers. Maybe this is good for the economy on paper, but who's capturing the growth, you guys? It's not you, it's not me. We're not benefiting from all these extra people here. It's the property owners. It's the corporations. They're paying the lower wages, dude. It's the people at the very top. Who else could benefit from such a messed up system? You know what happens? The GDP goes up while your purchasing power goes down. So you're told the economy is growing, but your standard living is declining. And that's exactly what's been happening across the Western world for the last 30 years, man. Look at the stock market. It's at a record high. How does that make any sense? Do you feel record levels of wealthy right now as an average person? You what? Think about that. Main Street is hurting more than it's ever hurt in like 30 years. But the government is blowing themselves at the prospect of new all-time highs in the stock market. Oh my God, corporations are making boatloads of money. Oh my God, profits, record levels for multiple companies. The stock market, we got the biggest, best stock market in the world. Is that wealth transferring? Is it trickling down on you? Do you get a bit of the piss trickling on you? That piss of prosperity? Yeah? Are you enjoying the trickle down economics? Because it seems like those at the top are making a ton of money and you're just getting pissed on. No coins, no dollar bills. They're not raining anything but yellow showers on you, the average person. And that's crazy. So the data study is just one more piece of evidence in all of this and how the game is fucking rigged. The system basically is designed to benefit the few at the expense of all of us. And they're using immigration, this so-called policy, is the key tool. I think now after this study, you have to consider this a key tool that rigs the system in place. So the next time you hear talking points about how we need more immigration, ask yourself who benefits. Who's getting rich off this policy? And who's paying the price? Because I can guarantee you it's not the people advocating for it who are paying any of that price. Yeah? It's you. It's young people trying to start families. It's the working class people trying to build wealth. It's literally everyone who doesn't already own property. And they're laughing all the way to the bank while telling you you're racist for noticing. Isn't that crazy? Patterns are racist. If you notice, you're a bigot. Wow. Incredible, dude, to be a young person today and have unlimited migrants coming into your schools, your hospitals, your job, your colleges, everything. And you're literally being priced out. I can't afford anything. Isn't this diversity awesome? Isn't it cool that your classmates are all from foreign countries and they hardly speak English? Everybody's got a thick fucking accent. Your teacher's got a thick fucking accent. The jobs are disappearing right before your very eyes. Your communities are turning into shit. Think about that. You grew up in such a beautiful, homogenous neighborhood and it was free of crime and litter and degenerate shit. Now you got 30 cars piled up on the fucking driveway of your neighbor's house. Now there's trash and all bits of garbage just floating through the air across your yard. Now there's people getting arrested for shit. Now the cops are patrolling constantly, if at all. Now it's unsafe to go walking around at night. You can't even enjoy anything in your neighborhood because there's a threat of danger now. And it gets worse and worse and worse. And you ask, where is the government? Where is the police? How is the system failing? Where are these people coming from? And you're a net contributor in the tax base. Isn't that crazy? And then you have net beneficiaries telling you that you're privileged, that you should give more, and that you should fucking bend over backwards and, you know, what could you say? Bend over backwards to accept their cultural differences. Yeah? Don't be a fucking bigot, you piece of shit. You need to accept. You need to get on your knees. You need to, if I want to cook it and cook this food, be this loud, pray in front of you and do this, fill up my yard with 1 million cars, have my trash bins and rubbish all over your fucking yard. If I want to do what I want, you need to accept me. My culture is different. Unbelievable, bro. They bring over, yes, they make you bend over backwards to accept their culture, but they don't accept yours coming in here. I'm sorry, but do you pay taxes? Huh? Do you know what taxes are? Or are you all mooching off the government for decades? Hmm? This shit is crazy to me. Let's get into some of these super chats, dude. I saw my own neighborhood go from a nice, quiet, middle class American, lower middle class, playing with all my friends, basketball, football, tag. We would bring other neighborhood kids to play. It was pretty chill. Dude, within 20 years, it turned into a corrupt, degenerate, disgusting, don't walk outside. There's fucking hoodlums. There's gang banging. Police are raiding fucking houses. It's crazy. It turned 20 fucking cars in the parkway. Half of them are broken down in their driveways. They're on fucking blocks. What the hell happened to this neighborhood in 20 years? It went to absolute shit. They fucking even, I remember the next door neighbor at my parents' house, they transformed the garage into an extra room and put in a whole extra fucking family there. Unreal.
Human $5.87. I'm Greek. My family is lucky to own 2 houses. Our Prime Minister owns 25. What
Yeah.
policies do you think he supports?
Exactly. Exactly. I heard you got a really based interior minister or whatever, some border dude. I don't know how much power he's going to have, though, to make some changes.
Christian Tanase $5. Bo, my biggest accomplishment this year is that I'm about to reach LV 1000 in Black Ops 6. Right in time for launch of Black Ops 7.
Oh,
Keep
Jesus.
grinding.
That is the wrong grinding, bro. Are you shitting me? Is that even real? Is that real? Is there a level 1000 in Black Ops 6 or am I getting trolled? Somebody tell me he's fucking with me. There's no way that's real. Is that real? He's true. Okay. I haven't gamed in a while, boys. I was tempted with Battlefield 6. Okay, it looked cool. I thought about getting a gaming PC. I really did. I did. I went with the MacBook for editing and streaming. I couldn't be bothered. No, sorry. I can't go back to gaming, dude. I just can't. It's so fucking. The games are cringe. They're putting fucking LGBTQ shit down my throat. I gotta wear rainbow flag fucking armor, and my bullets shoot out rainbow shit, and your guns are all rainbow. No, I can't. I can't fuck with that. No thanks, dude. Just let me fucking play a game. Let me zoom in. Let me no scope 360 smash motherfuckers. I don't want my dude doing gay as fuck dances. Also, can you chill? Can you let me play games without propagandizing me? Can you not turn on the dumb fucking Halo? Can you not turn on the stupid fucking AI bot monitoring my words? If I say one curse word, I'm fucking muted and banned from speaking. Can you not? Can you leave me alone? Damn, bro. I remember Halo 2. Greatest fucking multiplayer ever. That was the beginning of the greatness. That was, I guess you could say Xbox Live, but online multiplayer in general. No fucking bots watching what you're saying, proximity chat, people saying the rudest shit. The rudest shit, bro. You couldn't have thin skin and survive Halo 2 lobbies and Halo 2 matches. Just people getting under your skin. You're gonna get fucking BXR'd and shit. That's what it was. Yeah, BXR'd. Fucking 4-pieced up. People were shitting on you with the fucking, what was that little energy gun? You remember that thing you charged up? They took your shields off and then one pop to the head was so fucking annoying to deal with. I got as high as like level 42 or 43 in that shit. What was that combo called? That combo had a name. God damn. Plasma pistol. Yeah, the plasma combo, dude. Fucking annoying. The fucking plasma pistol newbies, dude. They fucking sucked.
ML, JL, $5. Why do so many Americans love goy slop even if they can afford healthy food?
That's a fucking... That's a good question, bro. I don't know what to say. They're lazy. They don't want to cook. Maybe they don't even have time to cook. I don't fucking know what's going on. They're probably the same noobs that were using the plasma pistols. That's what's wrong with them. They like the easy way out in life.
Eric Z, $4.99. The IRS owes me around $4,000 and haven't paid me for 2 years, and I've tried my hardest to reach out to them, but they keep not wanting to pay me my money.
That's okay, bro. Don't worry about it, because I'm paying the IRS like $250,000, so don't trip.
Ray
I got a
Ellis,
six-figure.
$10. It's
Six-figure
payback for the
payment
white
to that.
miners unionizing black Americans to force equal pay. In the mines, we're all black, created a bustling middle class. It's all about cheap labor.
Always been, dude. It's always about cheap labor. They do not want to increase wages to match the productivity of the workers. This has been going on since like the 70s. They pretty much in the last 20 years, wages have been stagnant. But yeah, don't worry, bro. You're going to get your money back because I'm going to pay the IRS, and then they'll take what they get from me and redistribute to you. That's great. Don't worry about it. Oh, man. Fuck is going on?
Isaac, $5. Kids nowadays wouldn't be able to last in the COD lobby.
COD lobbies back in 2010s, I agree. COD lobbies aren't even as crazy as Halo 2 was. That was a different era. Let's get into some of these, dude. Let's go. All right, speaking of COD. Life as a single man after 30. I can't remember if we actually covered this one before I even play it. Did we cover this? I don't think we did. The last one we did like this was a dude that was talking about he got fired from his job. That was a banger. And he's going to start traveling. Okay. Let's get into this one.
What is going on, everybody? It's good to be back. Today, I just wanted to dip my toes back in the water.
Dipping
get
him.
the ball
By the way, his name is Random Hero Gaming. If you want to go show him some love while we're playing.
rolling, get this channel going again.
Oh, and hold on. I heard the Xbox just got into a ton of hot water with a bunch of players because they changed. Dude, when I was playing Xbox Live, it was $50 for a subscription. That was it. Now, for a yearly subscription, it was $50. I hear you guys are paying $30 monthly now for subscriptions. You got like ultimate packages worth $30 game passes now. Really, they're subscribing you to death? Oh my God, you guys are getting raped, dude. Wow. Not only do you have to pay the $60, whatever a game costs today, probably 80, maybe 100, but they want another 30 on top for what? What? How did it go from 50 a year to 30 a month? Is there some magic I'm missing? Are you cloud gaming? Do they have massive server farms that are allowing you to play every game at like PC level graphics remotely with zero lag? That's the only way you can justify to me $30 a month subscription. So your Xbox is just literally a box that connects to Microsoft servers. Is that what they're doing? Do people even buy physical discs anymore? Does that even exist? Or God damn, hoflation wasn't enough, huh? You got to inflate the shit out of the last thing men have, video games? Wow. Unreal. So are people just PC gaming now? Well, how are consoles doing in general? Fuck, man. That's crazy. I used to play free-to-play games. That's insane.
Fairy Fort Crafts, $9.99.
Oh. Well, thank you, bro. Should have dropped a message in there. Appreciate you for the support, though. Okay, let's see what this man's got to say. You guys are getting wrecked, dude. Microsoft literally said, what's the equivalent for PS for PlayStation Live, whatever. They're just bending you over for $30 a month for free. Unreal. I'd get on PC game. I play free to play games. Fuck that shit. I'm going out on Dota or League of Legends or something. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm playing for free. How much does it cost to get on Steam and play Counter Strike and shit? You are crazy. $30 a month for what? For what? What games do they even have that are worth a $30 a month subscription? Are there even exclusives anymore? Everything I've been seeing is watered down horse shit anyways. So I don't have a console anymore. Unreal.
And so I wanted to just tackle a topic that hits very close to home, and that is life as a single man past the average age of marriage.
Boys, for those watching, I need you to do me a favor right now. Go to school. Go sign. It's pinned at the top of the messages. Okay? Right there. Somebody. I'll pin that for you. Pin that shit. Copy, paste, please. Let me send that. Go sign up to our community. It's free. We just opened. This is replacing Discord. And for those that want to be mods and all that stuff and you want to help out, this will be our private community. Free to join, by the way. So if you haven't, go sign up to this. We're building it back up and need quality dudes that really want to make a difference.
So I'm 29 years old. I'm rapidly approaching 30. Just a few months left. And I'm getting to that age where everyone's like, ooh, you know, the big 3-0. Got to get everything in order. Got to think about the rest of your life. You got to have everything mapped out. You got to be on the path to that picket fence with the dog and the 2.5 kids and the wife, all that jazz, or else, you know, or else, you know, if you don't have it, you're doomed to a life of misery and oblivion and just a forgotten footnote in history. Sort of like the threat people kind of toss at you if you don't have everything in order by 30. So I'm at that age, and some of my family has expressed their concern to me. I was on a vacation a couple months ago. I hadn't seen my dad in a while.
Hold on, I want to hear this one.
Fairy Fort Crafts $19.99. I'm a first responder and have been attacked by 2 Venezuelans. They let both of them go, no charges. If they had been Americans, they would have gotten a felony. This was 2 separate occasions I was attacked at work.
Fucking hell, dude. Hey, thank you so much, dude, for being a first responder. That's a badass job. I just want to shout out all the men doing jobs like that. First responder, all the dudes, fucking fighters, amazing. All the guys doing police work. Everybody in dangerous jobs like this that are for the community. Tip my hat to you guys. Thank you so much. All the builders, all the electricians, all the dudes maintaining the infrastructure. Really do appreciate you guys, because without you, all of this would go to shit quickly. And I wish they would double your fucking salaries and get you better trained and better protected for all this shit, because you don't deserve to get stabbed multiple fucking times, dude. And that's stupid. That's insane. On separate occasions, you're helping people and you got attacked. Fuck, man. What a joke. You know, my ancestors, I come from a land that they had a way of dealing with foreigners. They used spikes, right? He made a forest of people. That's how, you know, the blood that I share, that's how we dealt with foreign invaders. I don't think we have the stomach for that.
My dad lives across the country. I hadn't seen him in a while. And we're on vacation, bunch of family, very nice time. And randomly, on the first night, out of nowhere, we were walking to a restaurant. Me, my dad, some aunts, uncles, cousins. But my dad pulls me aside, and we're behind everybody, so no one could hear. And he says, "Son, I'm genuinely concerned for you. I think you really need to start considering marriage, long-term relationship, dating, you know, all that stuff. Just giving me the spiel. Keep in mind, my parents literally got divorced like after 6 or 7 years of marriage. Literally fought all the time. Absolutely horrible poster child for marriage. But my dad says, you know, you gotta settle down, man. He did eventually remarry. I mean, yeah, it's another story for another time. But my dad pulls me aside and says this. You know, I'm in a great mood. I'm rarely in a great mood, and I'm having a good time, and he just totally ruins it. Like, ruins the mood, throws me off. You know, I gave him the whole, you know, I'll get to it when I get to it. If I don't, I don't. Whatever.
Hey, Dad, you sold me out. Your entire generation, you greedy motherfuckers, dude. You invited all these people. You had empathy for the migrants. You wanted cheap labor, Dad. You wanted your housing price to go up. Invite more people. We need more money, more growth, infinite growth. We're in a debt-based economy. We must expand. We can't expand borders and land anymore. We must expand with labor, with people. Infinite. Let in infinite migrants. Son, don't worry. You will be fine. Oh, shit. The house is worth 10 times what I paid for it. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Why are you being lazy? Do you know how hard I worked to get here? I traded my fucking lint in my pocket and some shit off my boots, and that guy, he gave me a house for those same boots with shit on them. What the fuck are you doing? You sit here playing Call of Duty, killing people in a video game, not collecting shit under your boots like me, boy. You don't know how hard it was back in my day. I could spit in a woman's direction and she'd marry me on the spot, had no choice. Okay? That's how I had it back in the day. You know, I'd pull up on a bitch and go, get in the car, ho. We're getting married. And you're going to give me 6 children. And I'm going to trade my other shit-filled boot. I'm going to supply basically the American dream for us. Fuck, man. What the fuck? Shit, it's crazy. Dude, you go to college, and the only way you could afford to go to college is a government loan. The very same government-backed loans that pretty much got tuition to explode to levels unseen before, far outpacing almost anything else. Right? The inflation on the cost of an education is because the government got involved and backed all these loans so that the administrators at all the colleges were like, bro, free money. These fucking idiots at the government are guaranteeing loans. That means none of these people are going to go under. They can't go bankrupt. Raise the motherfucking administrators' wages. Make more administrators. More bullshit. Less education. Fuck the students, collect the money. We'll promise you have jobs at the end of this 4-year stunt of bullshit. Just get in here and apply. Our own government ballooned the cost of tuition so much. And then you're going to school to get in debt that you can't discharge. So you're going to go get in debt. Then you're going to come out with a useless degree for a job that, check this out, after fucking you with this promise of work by enslaving you with a mortgage on your back. You know what we'll do next? We'll mass invite fucking H-1B migrants and we'll pay them half of your wage. And then we're going to gaslight you and tell you it's because you're not working hard enough. It's because you do not have the skills, the specialization required to do this hard-ass job of typing fucking bullshit Excel sheets in your cubicle with your slop fucking sandwich and your coffee that's literally less than fucking store brand, burns a hole through your rectum. Okay. Aren't you happy, wagey cuck? Aren't you happy, little slave? Aren't you happy? You should be excited that you can't even afford to date anymore. Isn't it nice to go to your wage cucky job that AI will replace 5 years from now? Don't you feel great about having 100K on your back you can't discharge? Son, if you were more of a man like me and didn't eat this fucking goy slop full of estrogen and got the testosterone of a 90-year-old man, maybe you wouldn't be such a fucking disappointment, son. So go eat your fucking get your wagey cuck job, get out my house. Then go eat your soy slop, goy slop supreme sandwiches with seed oils so that you have the testosterone of a 150-year-old man. You got less test than Moses, G. Okay, he's thousands of years old. Then you're going to have to go find a house while you're eating your bug sandwich slop. And you're going to have a roommate. And this is you trying to make it in the world today. And your old man is like, what's wrong with my son, bro? He sits at home and he plays video games all day. I fucking poisoned his water. I poisoned his food. I voted in for a government to fuck over his jobs. Then we voted in for a government to fuck over his tuition. And then when we bail out companies, we don't bail out little guys. Too big to fail. We bail banks out. We bail out banks, dude. We're socialism for big business. You got socialized losses, privatized gains. This is called the United States of America. Capitalism. What capitalism, bro? We bail out banks. We bail out corporations. That sound like capitalism to you? We should have let all those motherfuckers burn. But no, all the rich people were like, bro, I got to help you out. Here's some public money because we'll lose all our assets, bro. Fuck the little guy. Just take all their houses. We got billions in the treasury. We're just going to take this shit and front load you all your losses because this is all your fault anyway. You're packaging all sorts of shit, creating these asset-backed instruments, rating them AAA, and then shoving them down the throat of pensions and everything else, and fucking literally everybody just down the guts of society just shitting in you and saying it's not our fault and we're gonna need a bailout and thank you. And not a single CEO goes to jail. Oh wow, my son plays video games all day. Why? My son, he's a failure to launch. My son, he won't leave the house. My son can't even get a girlfriend. My son works at this job all day and he's too much of a pussy to quit. My son, just leave your job and find another one, son, if they're not paying enough. That shit was crazy to me, dude. Oh no. Boomers, please. I love ragging on you guys. You can't open emails. It's funny. It is. Also, I love you too, though. I made a lot of money off you boomers when I was in remodeling and construction. You guys got money, dude. You guys got money and nothing to do with all that fucking money. I love getting called over to do a $50,000 kitchen remodel because the wifey was bored. The wifey was bored and you had $50,000 just laying around instead of helping your kids, bro. You're just dumping money on your moronic, retarded wife. You're dumping money on going on vacations. You're hardly making the payments, maintaining that fucking expensive boat you got. But it's okay because fuck them kids. I got it. I made it. Let them figure it out. Oh, and then demographically, they've been replaced. You were in a nice American born and bred neighborhood. Your kid is like the only American in the neighborhood. That's awesome. Oh, no. Oh no, the rug pulling.
Different, and I was honest with him. And then about a week ago, I had dinner with my grandmother. She's mid-80s, and she married when she was 20 years old to my grandfather. And they stayed married until he passed away a couple years ago from lung cancer. And my grandma says to me, you do not want to be alone in old age. This life is not made to live alone.
Oh, yeah.
Do not do it. Do not end up alone. You need to find someone. You need to pair up. Sort of in a threatening tone, like, just warning. And I get it comes from sincerity and it comes from a kind place. But my grandma's saying this to me. And all it does is make me feel awful about myself. And it makes me worried. It makes me concerned. I know she grew up in a different era. It's like a different world at this point. The one she grew up in or one she even knows about. But as a single man past a certain age, and, I'm sure women get it too. But I don't think they get it as bad. I think these days being single woman in your early 30s to late 30s, even beyond. Sure, you get some people on the internet that'll make fun of you, but I think the support system and the stigma against it you know, when you're out in public talking to people is far, far less of a burden than the one men get. And when you're a woman, women will tell you it's okay to be single. It's okay. You have your friends. You got your activities. You got this. It's great that you're single. It's great that you won't settle. It's awesome. You don't want to be with some man child or some guy holding you back. Women will have your back. Men, half of men are simps. You know, that's being gracious. The other half of men tell women the truth. Like, you know, you probably had the opportunity to be with people. You didn't want to settle. You think you deserve more. You're a 5. You want a 9. Like, so you have 75% of your constituents as a woman pretty much validating you and confirming your lifestyle. When you're a man my age and older, you have men saying, you're coping, bro. You're coping. You're not really okay. You're not really enjoying your life. You're coping, dude. You're cope. End of your bloodline. You're going to die alone. You're a loser. You're just coping, dude. You're coping.
That's true, though.
You know, the Inkwell forums, the Inkwell community, who I sympathize for. You know, I empathize with them. I really feel bad for a lot of them. But they are so hostile towards men that are trying to enjoy this short time we have on Earth, with or without a woman. And if you tell them you're okay, they'll gaslight you.
Yeah, but let's be real. Don't pat yourself on the back. Getting women is a manly pursuit. Getting women does make you more manly. Does make you feel like more of a man. It feels great to have women. What man doesn't want women? Literally, we grow up wanting women on our arms, wanting 2 women on our arms, wanting as many women as we could possibly get. It's a male fantasy since we're young. The fact is, the economics, the social climate, everything is so messed up that getting women is damn near impossible for like the bottom 60% of men. Because if you could, you would. And it comes down to that statement alone. If you could, you would. You would have got a woman, you would have got married, you would have kids if you could. But you can't. Or you won't. Because the climate socially is fucked, or economically you're fucked and can't afford it. Even if you wanted to. Nobody says I'd rather be alone. You could be okay with being alone. It will get lonely, but everybody would like to be the head of a household. That's just a man's like prerogative.
Say you're not really okay.
It's like the same shit as a woman saying, I don't want kids. Bitch, really? You don't want kids? Or really, it's like when those feminists are talking on those crazy ass videos online. I don't even want kids. I have no need for kids. I'm happy with my boxed wine and cats. Like, kids are just not for me. Bitch, if you could have, you would have, but you couldn't find a man. You got pumped and dumped. You were a roasty. You got a fucking rap sheet longer than the block. It's insane. You're the town bicycle. No man, when they see you, hear your story, or have to listen to your fucking mouth, want to stay with you longer than it takes to pump you. So you're alone. And then time's up. Now you can't even get pregnant. Barren womb syndrome. So you didn't even choose the life. You know what I mean? If you could, you would. But you can't. You made the wrong choices. So for a man to say the same shit, I think that's the equivalent. Oh, I'm better off alone. I don't want no family. I don't want no kids with no whoop. Shut up. You sound fucking gay. Just be real, bro. At least honest with it. Listen, this social climate is fucked up. It's too risky to get with women. I'd have to do something overseas. Or, hey, I'm still working on finding the right one. It's taking a while. I need to get my shit together. Economic. I couldn't even afford to feed a family right now. It's insane out here. We understand that as men. If you were to say that, like, yeah, we get it, bro. Okay, it is fucking hard out here. It is expensive as shit. We're barely feeding ourselves. How the fuck are we supposed to do this with a wife and kids in tow? How the hell am I buying a house? Dude, I got so much debt. Damn, school was expensive. My job isn't paying enough. Or I just got replaced by AI. We understand that as men. But don't go out here like prancing around like a little fucking poodle talking about, I'm so happy alone. It's me and my video games. I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. Who needs women? Who needs kids? You sound like those bitches that say the same shit. What are men good for? I don't need kids. I don't need family. I'm happy with work. Shut the fuck up already. Shut the fuck up.
You're coping and You're a
You are
loser
coping.
and you failed. You're a failure. And then you got women absolutely despise men that don't need a woman to be happy. Absolutely despise them. They'll throw out, oh, they're secretly gay, you know, for being so progressive and leaning liberal. Women do love to really shame men for potentially being closet homos. Like, if you're not with a woman, oh, he could be gay, he could be gay. Or they'll say, he's a creep, he's weird, he's a loser. Just, you get attacked from both sides if you're a single man past the average age of marriage. And it's so not right. It's just, that's all I could say is it's not right. It's a shame that men don't receive the same validation and support from their own side that women get from their side.
Because we're not fucking gay. What are you talking about? We don't lie to each other. What kind of cuck talk is this? I want validation and support. You lost me, bro. Absolutely not. Iron sharpens iron. Men are here to tell you the fucking truth and beat you over the head with it so you can get your shit together. Because the brutal reality is nobody's coming to save you. Nobody. You don't have bailouts. A woman can't settle for a dude that's going to be the wallet and her meal ticket for life. That's right. This is the beta mindset. I want men to be supportive. No, your grandma's trying to save you from being a fucking bum. Who's going to wipe your ass, bro? You're going to pay for somebody to wipe your ass. You're going to grow alone, blowing the candle out at 71, surrounded by fuck all. Your collection of fucking Steam games. Get out of here, dude. It's depressing to grow old and alone. You think your dick's going to keep working? You're going to be 70 something years old. You think you're going to be on Tinder at 70 bagging bitches that are 20 still? You're on the clock too. Not like a woman, but bro, time is running out. You want to be 70 fucking 1 years old by the time your kid's like 10, 15? You don't even get to enjoy the like incredible prime years of your children because you're so fucking old you need your cane and shit if you have children at all. We have to think about this stuff. I don't know where we got so wrong with this mentality. It's crazy to see. Dude, the men are soft as fuck. Men are really soft today. Seriously, we all know. We all know something's in the water. Our testosterone is lower. Masculinity is an all-time low. We got dudes rapping in dresses and shit. Dudes are wearing fucking makeup. Dudes are painting their nails. They're eating fucking slop. They're okay with their bodies wasting away playing video games and watching anime for hours at a time. Come on. At what point do you wake up from the little trap of society? You're like, oh fuck, dude, what am I doing? Do you become cognizant at one point in your life and you just like wake up one day in like a pool of sweat? Oh fuck. Oh, I just saw a flash in my life 30 years in the future. If I go down this path, nothing changes. I end up alone. I will collect dogs instead of cats. I will have my fucking walks in the forest doing nothing. Oh, fuck, dude. I'm going to maybe survive off my pension if it even exists by the time I'm old. Social Security is going fucking bankrupt by 2029. It's insolvent. Fucking AI is coming down the pipe. Fuck. Oh, shit. Is that the life you want? Because you could actively build towards a better life. You just have to plan and prepare and start putting shit into motion, action every day. Understand? Someone said, yeah, you lost me on that. What did I lose you on? Someone said, trusting a woman is not a savior. Fuck no. No one said anything about trusting a woman. I said build the full human experience, the full male experience of life for yourself. Don't sell yourself short. I'm just going to be alone. Why? Yeah, we're living in, someone said, the post-feminism world, dude. Literally got men cucked out. You're literally being eliminated. Feminism was one giant shit test in society, and it succeeded because you're literally eliminating yourself. They wanted to eliminate men or any inkling of a strong man, so all could they have is soy cucks proliferating in society, simps. They're literally succeeding. You are dying out. Men are dying out, and nothing but soy cucks and simps are being reproduced and programmed. You want to be a part of that statistic? Really? Jesus, dude. Let him win. Fuck. Why not? Just lay down, bro. Cut your dick off while you're at it, too. Jesus.
And there's just like a who cares? Like, I'm sort of under the impression who cares. I don't tell women over 35 they're coping when they say they're okay and they travel and they got their cats. You know, because I know women, they don't have that stigma, and they have more friends and they're more social. They have better support networks because they're trying to destroy the stigma of being single past a certain age. Where men, you really like, everyone gets on your damn case. Everyone gaslights you into thinking that you are weird, you're an outcast, you're creepy, you're a loser, no one wants you, you're undesirable, you're genetically undesirable, you're disgusting, you smell.
Jesus Christ, bro. Can this guy chill? Okay.
Fairy Fort Crafts $9.99. I'm a woman and one of the attacks was a sexual assault. The
Of
arresting cap was disgusted. The state attorney refused to press charges. He apologized to me. I understand it's not his fault.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Wow. There you go. Multiculturalism. Beautiful, isn't it?
Chuck Snook $5. You should check out Professor Jang. You'd like him and you should talk about him on your channel. 100 emoji.
All right, bro. Just for you. I had one saved up. Just for you. Just for you, gangster. Let's get into it. What the next 5 to 10 years looks like. Let's go.
Okay, so let us summarize what we've learned so far and discuss what is it that allows societies to rise and fall. So we'll look at three phases: the rise, the decline, and the collapse. Okay, so when I mean decline, I don't mean like things are getting worse. I mean things aren't improving, okay? So rise is when things get better, decline is when things are stagnant or getting slightly worse, collapse is when society is about to fall apart, okay? So if you look at these three particular phases of society, there are different characteristics. When society rises, it is first and foremost open. Open just means that you have opportunities for social mobility in the society. If you're a poor person, you can make money. You can become wealthy. Your talent is appreciated. It's a meritocracy. It's innovative. If you criticize society, people are like, thank you for criticizing us because criticism makes us better people. Okay, there's open debate. Now, what's really interesting is most young societies are open societies, okay? So, for example, in 1950s, America was a democracy, right?
I haven't seen
China
this, by the way.
was communist. But, this is really interesting, in the 1950s, they were both open societies. You could criticize leaders. In fact, you were encouraged to criticize leaders. China was as democratic back then as the United States, okay? So it's not about political systems, it's just about what stage you are in social development. So if you're young, you're going to be open, you're going to be democratic, you're going to be meritocratic. You want to learn, so you will listen to criticism, okay? That's the first great characteristic of a society on the rise. It's openness. But when you reach a decline phase, guess what? Society becomes bureaucratic. Okay? Bureaucratic. Why? Because if we go back to this model, as a company loses more and more money, the managerial class is concerned with maintaining their jobs. So they become bureaucrats. Okay? They have to prove their worth. So they create a lot of paperwork. They make everyone follow the rules. Society becomes more and more bureaucratic. Then in collapse phase, society becomes authoritarian. Okay? Before decline is about following the rules. Now it's just ruled by force. But there's no way of saying this. In the rise phase, what matters is the consent. Okay? So these three groups, the elite, the middle class, and the people, they're all working together to improve society. There's consent. But when you hit the decline phase, now it's their deception. And then when you hit the collapse phase, it's coercion. So let me give you an example. Let's just say we are in the rise phase, right? Well, we want to go to lunch. So we discuss where we go to lunch. I want to go to McDonald's, but you guys want to go to Pizza Hut or KFC. We have to debate, and then eventually we vote, and whoever wants to go, like the majority wins, okay? That's consent phase. When we hit the decline phase, deception, I'm the teacher, so I say to you, hey guys, let's go to McDonald's because Wong Fei will be there, or Jack Ma will be there, or it's free hamburgers today, okay? I'm lying to you to get what I want. And then in the collapse phase is, I say to you, I'm the teacher, and I will beat you up if you don't listen to me, okay? So in the rise phase, what matters first and foremost is unity of the people. We're all working together. There's empathy. There's concern for other people. I want to be a friend. We need to work together to make society better, okay? But in the decline phase, it's really about stability. It's about making sure that society maintains the status quo, okay? When we reach a collapse phase, it is survival. Screw you. I want to live, and I'm about to kill you.
Sounds like today.
All right? So this is a map that shows us what happens when society rises, declines, and collapses. Now, what's really interesting about this is the timing, okay? So if you actually look at societies, the timeline, it goes like this, okay? There's a steep rise, the decline is slow, and the collapse is sudden. So people think, oh, decline, things get worse, but we follow this trend, we'll still be here, but actually the collapse happens really fast. Why? The reason why is this system cannot survive external shocks. So external shocks is a perfect storm of crises. So another way of saying this is, maybe society prepares for, okay, if there's a plague, we'll do this. If there's a climate crisis, we'll do this. If there's a drought, we'll do this. If there's a war, we'll do this, okay? What society is not prepared for is these things happening all at once. The plague, the drought, war, revolution, they all happen at once. It's a perfect storm. And that's what leads to the collapse, because society is not prepared for this.
Wouldn't that collapse any nation, even if they're in a golden age? If you have like major cataclysms like that on top of war and all that shit, like it would stress any system to the brink of failure. Yeah, that's a huge stress test on a civilization.
Yes. Okay? And why is society not prepared for this? Because when you hit the authoritarian phase, you're not allowed to criticize the system anymore. The problem are those who speak out. The problem is those who point out the problems of society. In the rise phase, those who criticize society are the heroes. They are appreciated.
Yeah, with the censorship regime that Biden did, and it's still kind of ongoing today. If you're criticizing a certain nation in the Middle East, they've taken over TikTok. They took over Instagram. Probably YouTube will be next. Anything you say will absolutely get your account probably throttled or banned. And they've already been banning a ton of accounts and slapping people with, warnings, guideline strikes, all that stuff. We do not have real free speech in this country, in the United States. We really don't. Yeah, all speech is compelled one way or another. You think you're allowed to criticize, but if you're really rocking the boat, they'll really start to come after you. If you really uncover damaging information, they will really start to come after you. If you make a big enough impact with a large enough audience, they will really start to come after you. You will end up on government lists. You will get blacklisted. You'll get debanked. You'll get basically depersoned on the internet. And that's it. And this is their form of control. And that's the overt version. You know that there are other ways that these systems are put in place to limit the reach of a person that's speaking up. You could just have a throttled account. You could be shadow banned. They don't have to remove you from the platform. They just limit your reach. Somebody like presses a button pretty much and the spigot turns off completely. You're not shown to anybody else. Somebody said, I'm still on the DHS list myself. I probably am, actually. And yeah, that was all done with government funded money. I got put on a list amongst others, most likely, for saying things that is not popular. I've had my accounts banned already and deplatformed I've been deplatformed on TikTok. That's why I don't even use TikTok. Can't even say half the shit I was saying because TikTok will ban you right away. This is normal. So another form of authoritarian big government, whether red or blue, it doesn't matter. It's just the flavor of the banning. That's all that changes. So right now there's Team Red, so we're dealing with a little anti-censorship bias, but only if you don't criticize a certain nation in the Middle East. But when it was Team Blue with the censorship wand, it was anything that they were propagating, LGBTQ, the trans community. You couldn't fucking misgender anybody. You couldn't do anything against the narrative that Team Blue had. You couldn't talk about the shot. You couldn't talk about the election. You couldn't talk about a lot of things. A lot of things. And today you can talk about a lot of things, but not everything. There are still some things that are off limits. Don't go near it. So do we have real freedom of speech or not then? And that's what you have to ask yourself. The answer is no, we don't.
They are rewarded. In the collapse phase, those who speak out are the enemies of society. And therefore, society cannot be prepared for any external threats, which leads to its collapse. Any questions? Okay, so this is the analytical model that we're working with. And again, we're going to apply it to the present, and then we're going to apply it to the past. Okay? So with this analytical model, what we can do is make certain predictions about the future. So I will make these predictions.
Here we go. This is what I want to see. What are the predictions?
And I expect these things to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years. Or 10 to 20 years. Okay, I don't know the time frame, okay? I expect these things to happen. Okay, the first thing that's going to happen in the Western world is decline of democracy and freedom. So remember,
Digital ID.
in the rise phase, society is democratic and open and meritocratic. But as you move on, it becomes more bureaucratic and ultimately authoritarian, okay? So we'll see the United States, Europe become much more authoritarian.
Yeah, digital ID in the UK. Instituted that shit regardless, and multiple people, even powerful heads of state, were saying no. Party leaders were saying, no, I will never comply. Instituted that shit despite nobody supporting it. That's crazy. And their answer to digital ID, why it was being instituted, well, it's going to help us solve the migration problem. You mean the migration problem you caused with open borders and inviting these people to the tune of millions and then housing them in illegal migrant hotels and then giving them jobs that they were not allowed to have and then putting them on the taxpayer's dime through welfare programs and giving them, a place to live that's paid for, food every day, stipend, and more depending on how many wives they have or kids they have and all that other shit, yeah? Think about it. So that's step one. We create a problem and we also have the solution. But in the meantime, your rights will be eroded. Okay.
You will see a collapse of democracy and freedom in these nations. And already we're seeing this happen in the United States, where Trump is using more and more military to resolve issues. Right? So that's the first prediction. And this is going to happen throughout the Western world. The second thing is economic collapse. So as people have less and less right to speak up, they feel less invested in the system, they're less willing to work. Therefore, you have economic collapse. People don't believe in the system anymore. Okay, the system is in crisis. This will lead to immigration. The government is like, you know what, if the people don't want to work, screw them, let's bring in immigrants to do the work. Okay, this is,
there you go.
Let's replace our population. But the people are not going to sit back and take it, right? This leads to civil war. People are not killing each other on the streets. And the government is like, you know what? If we continue to let them fight, eventually they're going to come after us. So what we'll do is send them off to like these stupid, pointless wars overseas. Okay? So now you have stupid wars, stupid foreign wars. And these are my 5 predictions for the world for the next 5, 10, 20 years. Okay? Europe and America will see less freedom and democracy. There'll be economic collapse, increased immigration,
Facts.
civil conflict, and then ultimately stupid foreign wars. And I'm not saying this happens in a sequence. I'm saying you'll see all 5 things. Okay? But they may happen in different order. Any questions? Was this clear to you guys? Yeah, thank you.
Is there any chance that the government tries to use a war to distract the people? Like they're trying to hide all of the collapse of the society and their country?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. And the answer is that's what wars are for. It's to distract the people, right? Because if you don't distract the people, they'll come and revolt against you. So you either send them to a war or you could have a French Revolution on your hands. Right? That's your option. War or revolution? I think war's a better option. That's why we're headed into a world at war. Okay, no, I'm saying like if you don't send the people to war, they will revolt against you. So you send them off to war to distract them, to get rid of them.
I wonder how much that strategy would work in the world today with the advent of this technology called the internet. Think about that. Can you really send a massive army into a war that normal people don't want to be a part of? Like, could you really repeat a going into Iraq moment, going into Afghanistan, right? Weapons of mass destruction in the climate we have, in the technological climate we have today? You really think that you could propagandize people like this when you can get the opposite narrative, fact check, quickly available to you to find out what's bullshit and what isn't? I know we have a huge swath of the population that doesn't use their brains and follows headlines, but more and more people are starting to realize just how much propagandized the news really is, how corrupt institutions really are, and how biased they are. Don't you think that more and more people are tuning into things like X and maybe Substack and independent sources, or they're at least being, I guess you could say, fact-checked online more? Because the media certainly is losing their grip. I think they have record low viewership on mainstream media. And most of those are boomers that's left. So think about it. How do you get young people to go to war that don't even use the propaganda? That are in different, they're watching podcasts, they're listening to creators that are their favorite people to disseminate information for them, which is why they're trying to ban the content creators. They're, using other platforms that aren't the mainstream narrative approved avenues for information dissemination. So the TikTok shit, you're seeing it right now. They're waging a war on TikTok to not, go against basically Israel, right? Everybody that's mentioning them, anybody talking about the Middle East, anybody talking about genocide, anybody talking about anything like that, your accounts are getting shadow banned outright. You're getting content removed. Instagram started to do the same shit, all under the guise of whatever terminology you want to use. Anti this, bigot that, phobic this, ism that, whatever. And it's just people speaking. They're not even challenging these people out in the open to debates. They're not even, using the sunshine is the best disinfectant for conspiracy theories. They're actively trying to do the very thing that gave rise to all these conspiracy theories. They're trying to silence people. It never works. Streisand effect. You ban accounts, you silence people, they grow in numbers. Then you validate their kooky conspiracy theories. Now, oh shit, they banned me off the platform. Why, bro? Because I was telling the truth. That's weird. We had our own president, Biden, institute the Ministry of Truth. What do they call that department? The Department of Misinformation or some shit like that. And they're trying to literally propagandize the shit out of Americans and punish you actively in some form of, whatever, with government overreach for misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Didn't know there were so much fucking words for propaganda. So you can literally shut down an American from speaking online, debank them, maybe penalize them financially in some other way, jail them outright, because the Department of Ministry, the Department of Truth, the Ministry of Truth, doesn't like what you have to say. Isn't that crazy? And so how, if now they're losing their grip on information, how do you convince young people to go to war and fight these useless wars that were used to reset societies, economically speaking? I'm so curious. I don't see Gen Z and Gen Alpha sacrificing their bodies, getting off their couches to fight in somewhere. I don't think they're emotionally invested enough to give a fuck about Israel or Gaza or Ukraine or anything happening in anywhere around the world and people massacring themselves and all that. They'll put a black or a blue or whatever color check mark on their Instagram profiles, right? They'll put some little fucking emoji up, and that's the most that they'll do. They don't give a fuck. They're struggling here at home right now. Their own future is in peril. And then you're going to send them off to fight? For who? Send the boomers. That's yeah. How do you convince a Gen Z and Gen Alpha to fight your foreign wars, your banker war over fucking assets and power? Fuck, I don't know if you can. Yeah. Do we even need to be into any foreign wars? With all the nukes that we have, we can literally turn anyone into dust. Our borders are never going to be at risk of invasion. You fucking nuke the country who's invading you. The moment they cross the border, just nuke somebody. It's that. Why do you think the Ukraine-Russia war is going on in the way it's going on? Because they have nukes. Because you can't mount a full-scale counter-offensive on a nation that has the largest stockpile of fucking nuclear weapons, or else they would have got mopped up by the whole of Europe already. That's why nobody's doing anything. They're just sending trickle-down hammies to fucking Ukraine. Here, defend yourself as much as you can. Finger waving at Russia. Hey, it's bad for you to invade this non-nuclear armed nation, but we ourselves are going to keep buying fucking natural gas and oil from you, which is funding the war machine directly against this nation you're bullying. Stop that. Would you stop that shit? What war is a fucking racket? It's such a joke. Insane. We need real leadership, dude. That's the thing we don't fucking have. What should we watch next, dude? Let's go into a happy video. We got this guy. I don't know what he's talking about. He went viral. His name is Zeno Zaus. Let's see what Zeno's got to say. Are we about to be dunked on with esteem, wisdom? Once you realize you don't exist, everything you want arrives. Let's start manifesting this shit. Let's go, boys.
What's going on, Zeno here. Just want to let you know,
He's
by
Australian.
realizing this one truth, it's going to change everything in your life.
Let's go.
You are actually not who you think you are.
Tell me about it.
You are in fact consciousness, just meaning you are limitless intelligence. You are right here, right now. And the reality that you experience, your unique expression of it, everything that comes into your life, the way you do things,
Baller, unlimited.
is the truth of your being, which is consciousness plus your self-concept equals the reality that you experience.
Bangers, tell them.
And once you realize that,
Realizing.
realize that reality is nothing other than a reflection of who you consciously believe yourself to be,
Reflecting
it changes everything in your life.
on the self.
You're going to move from a place of striving and working
Moving.
hard and forcing things to change to suddenly
Right now.
realizing the truth of your being, that you are a particle of God. You are
Hey,
this limitless intelligence, consciousness, right?
gliding like a baby in the ether.
And that who we
Effortless.
believe we are, who we consciously believe ourselves to be, literally creates our very own expression and within this reality. And we
Fuck
didn't
yeah.
even choose that. You know, it's sometimes a hard thing to recognize, and I get that, but it's going to
Facts. Actually, he's spitting facts. Although we're ad-libbing funny shit, he's talking about the concepts in psychocybernetics. If you haven't read that book, you should. From the surface level, it sounds really goofy what he's saying, but on a deeper level, everybody has a self-image, is really what it's called. It's essentially, forget your ego. The image is on the ground floor of what builds foundationally who you are as a person. So at your ground, at your foundation, through experience, through people talking shit, making fun of you, your parents hitting you, being ashamed of whatever, insecurities, all that stuff. All of that stuff only exists because your self-image. So you see yourself as the goofy motherfucker. You see yourself as ugly. You see yourself because of those experiences. Because you see yourself, you then act that way in real life. For example, you ever meet somebody that has an insecurity where they think they got big ears, a woman, and she tries to hide it, to hide her big ears all the time, looking, off to the side or putting her hair over her head, shit like that, or hiding another insecurity, something that you may have. That's because of your self-image. You see yourself as having an issue and you try to minimize that issue in the eyes of everybody. That's a really common, easy way to visualize this. But that same person could, you could take this person and put them under a spell, remove the insecurity out of their brain, just erase the memory, take that fucker out of there, and then they would move through the world without being insecure, without drawing attention to that thing unconsciously because they can't stop thinking about it. It's actually it's a real world skill that you should learn, but we're going to keep ad-libbing his video because it's fun. Fuck it.
Just the biggest difference in your life when you start to recognize that
Said, the last time I had a bag of Coke, I ended up in the woods.
who you
too.
are today, you never chose. It's like we have an invisible boss, you know? There's like a voice in our head, a narrative, a version of us that kind of dictates everything we do and what we believe and where we go and how we interact with life.
Facts.
Fairy Fort Crafts $19.99. I'm a female first responder and one of the attacks was a sexual assault.
yeah.
Isaac $5. Arizona recently passed an online safety act that requires IDs to access certain websites
No
using
way.
the think of the children argument.
Oh, Arizona, please, dude. I'm going to have to go to Montana, huh? They're just slowly marching that shit state by state, aren't they?
And that you don't have to just go along with this story anymore. You can realize that you are something far grander than your past, a few ideas and assumptions.
I'm digging the birds. Dude, you always get into this wisdom ass fucking live 9,000 lives, just dropping absolute gold nuggets of universal wisdom. When you got birds singing and shit, it's just so real. Like water, you got a stream running next to you. This dude's in the middle of the fucking woods. He said, let me whip out my phone and drop nugs on your ass today. Listen, you don't exist. Let me tell you why.
You are, in fact, consciousness. You are limitless.
I love
You
it.
have no boundaries.
Zero. You are your own limitation.
And you can choose what to add on to consciousness. Because your self-concept, your identity, the filter through which we experience life, you can choose that for yourself.
Fuck yeah, we can.
Because that determines everything in your life. And if life is hard right now, you know, and you're going through some struggles and you're trying to really, I guess, manipulate reality or change it, you know, and you really want to experience the most amazing life, it's about to happen. By realizing this one incredible truth.
Manifest that shit, King.
The truth of your being, which is nothing other than Christ consciousness, meaning what? The totality of everything right here, right now. That's all there has ever existed, is this present moment.
All right.
And we are experiencing life and everything that we come into contact with.
This is facts. Hey, being present, I have a huge issue with that shit, guys. My brain is in the future or in the past nonstop. Do you guys also have a problem with being present in the moment? A lot of life is lived in the future or in the past for a lot of people, myself included. Sometimes I have to pause myself and just shut the fuck, chill out for a second, bro. Be here, be in front of the person, enjoy your meal. Stop thinking about shit you got to do. Stop thinking about shit you've already done. And just how many people, when you even go to a restaurant or whatever, hanging out with the homies or your woman or whatever, you're not even present, dude. Half the time your brain is somewhere else thinking about some other bullshit. Have you when's the last time you fully 100% concentrated on being present for the day with your significant other, the homies, whatever it is that you're doing when you're eating, even something as simple as a meal out at a restaurant? You ever just sat there and like really present, enjoying the fucking taste of the food, the homies in front of you or your woman, whatever it is, and just really you're there? Instead of like, fuck bills, fuck my job, this shit, I got a deadline due in a couple days. Oh man, remember that one time yesterday? Oh shit, that fucking 2 years ago, that one thing that happened to me. And goddamn, I gotta do, bro. And we do this so often that you just wait. This is how people say, where's all the time going? You wake up and you start graying and shit. You wake up and it's like, fuck, dude, where'd the decade go? What did I do for the last 10 years, 20 years, all that shit? Bro, you've been living in everything other than the present. That shit is sad, dude. I hate that I do that so often. The only time I've ever been able to be present in the moment is hiking on mushrooms with the boys, going deep in the motherfucking woods. I mean, brutal hikes. I'm coming out there 9,000 years older. That's it. That's it.
And what we see and what we attract and the opportunities or the lack of opportunities through this one tiny thing. When in fact you're everything, and we perceive life through this one tiny filter, right? Our self-concept, which was an outgrowth out of consciousness, believed into existence through our upbringing, right? Beliefs, ideas, and assumptions that were handed to us that we never chose for ourselves. And here's the crazy thing. It literally determines your sense of self-worth if you believe in it. It determines what you do in your life. It determines how much you earn, like what you think is actually possible. And it's an amazing phenomenon. It really is. And just by shifting this one tiny thing, realizing that you are everything, consciousness, pure awareness.
Nah, bro, you gotta raw dog the mushrooms. What are you doing? Putting them in Rice Krispies. Horrendous. Enjoy that taste. Like a fucking man.
Limitless, right? And that you can choose to embody and to claim a self-concept and identity that is now your choice, nobody else's. Not your past, not beliefs, ideas, and assumptions and negative experiences. None of that stuff is who you are. It has never been who you are, but it becomes our expression, believed into existence. So if you want to make a profound change, realize that you don't have to fix reality or your life or yourself. You're already perfection.
Ooh, fuck, queen.
You are already at one with abundance
Damn.
and joy and creativity because it all emanates
We're
out of the
perfect.
one source.
Why are you smiling at me like that? Stop it.
And so, you know what? I spent a lifetime trying to fix myself in life, but at the same time, living through this one little filter, you know, experiencing my life through this thing.
Yeah, bro, sorry, I don't fucking vibe with this shit. I'm more the David Goggins type. I got a demon in my head. I fucking get energy from negative experiences, imagining things, negative things. I pull from a dark well of energy. That's how I get through fucking life. Is it healthy for me? I don't know. But that's how I fucking function. That's how I've gotten as far as I've gotten. That's when I got tested by the universe. I always pull through. I always believe in myself. That's why. Because I have to... The goody two-shoe shit, I can. This is why when I give you guys these like motivational, yeah, trauma is fuel. When I give you guys these motivational speeches about doing shit with your fucking life, all that, it comes from a place of negativity. I don't want to be a fucking loser. I'm not trying to be a fucking bum. I got the blood of fucking kings coursing through my veins. The history of my bloodline has fucking warriors and soldiers in it. They have survived 10 times worse. I'm carrying the fucking torch forward. I'm not going to let some cuck fucking modern soft ass society stop me from getting paid, getting bitches, getting the kind of fucking lifestyle I dream of having. I can't be that guy. I can't be a bitch. So yes, I wake up, I do hard shit. I do shit I don't like to do because it makes me feel good afterwards. I develop this fucking, almost like this, I seek pain. I like the pain. I like when shit sucks. Do you know when you're doing something that's very fucking hard and it hurts and you want to quit and you think, why the fuck am I here? Why am I doing this? Why do I go through all this stress? Because coming out the other side, it never felt better. You know when I feel like shit? When I indulge and I'm soft and I sit around all day and I don't do dick and I'm, oh my God, dude, I fucking am antsy. I have anxiety. I can't fucking sit still. Gotta do something. Bare minimum, what the fuck are we doing today to get ahead? Because that other motherfucker's getting ahead. I want all the nice things. I don't want to worry about money. I want to pick up and leave when I fucking feel like it. That's the kind of life you're trying to build. I don't give a fuck how society's trying to hold me down. And what, bitch? The more you hold down, the more I resist. and the better I perform under pressure. I do it for me. I do it for the bloodline. I do it for my family name. I do this shit because no one's coming to save me. There is no plan B. You got no backup. That's why I do this shit. Do it for your future sons and your daughters. One day they're going to look back on you and they're going to be like, Daddy, how the fuck did you make it this far? Because we got something special in our blood, son. We are fucking cut from a different cloth. We are different. No slop in this household. Exactly. No pussying out. You have to have this winner's mentality. You have to feel different. You have to think that you're different. Society always tries to humble you when you have a mentality like, I'm better than you. Fuck, eat a dick. No one likes mediocrity. Society punishes mediocre average men more so than they ever have in the world today. Why the fuck should you adopt society's mentality, being a soft, weak-ass bitch that cries all the time? I wish I had it better. Make that shit happen. Do everything you possibly can. Because the alternative is a shitty life where you are the victim. Who the fuck wants to be the victim in their own story? Not me. I'm not letting society victimize me. Ease Louise, bro. I'll be dead before I ever let society fucking play me for a chump. You're out of your fucking mind. Someone said, are you back in Romania? No, I'm currently in Croatia, bro. I'm by the fucking coast in the Adriatic. I'm enjoying life. I live in a fucking 6-bedroom mansion practically for $1,200. That's me making shit happen. And then I'll be back. Phoenix or Montana, I don't know yet. Apparently Phoenix is spying on people like crazy. So, hopefully you guys understand a little bit of the mentality. You're from Montana? How is Montana? Montana's top of the line. I know it is, dude. Let's see. Let's get back into... Is there a super chat? No. Okay. Let's get back into this dude here. This dude. We got this dude right here. He escaped poverty in the U.S. by leaving. His name is Viewpoint Abroad. Please. That last chick, maybe you want to blow my brains out. Can we get something decent here as a man?
In America, I feel like no matter how hard I worked, no matter what I did, I was just broke and stuck and going absolutely nowhere. And the only way to escape that was leaving. And I've been here in China now for nearly 2 decades, 16 years to be exact.
Damn.
And I gotta tell you, my life is completely different than what it used to be.
Hell.
You know, back in America, I was working much like, I've come from Kentucky, you know, a small city in Kentucky. There's maybe 50,000 people. And, you know, not a lot of opportunities when you're in a small city like that. But my whole family, you know, lives in that city. They're from that city. They've never been anywhere, you know, never like lived in any other places. Didn't have family in other places. So it's kind of like stuck in a small town and with not many opportunities. You just like, the jobs available aren't that good. And nobody wants to give you those opportunities to get jobs because the people who are doing those jobs, you know, they've been doing those jobs since they were teenagers and they stay in those jobs until they retire, like in their 70s. So jobs like rarely come available for, you know, for younger people. Hello. And saw somebody I knew. So anyway, yeah, those jobs rarely come available for younger people. And then on top of that, you know, if you want to leave and go to a bigger city where there's more opportunities, it costs so much money, especially if you don't know anybody, you don't have any friends or family living in
Eric
other
said
places.
$4.99.
It's so expensive to relocate.
Jimmy Talks on YouTube is solid channel.
Link me stuff in the email, guys. tribeofmen@yahoo.com. Send me good videos. Send me articles. The migrant Dutch study, somebody, Alex something, sent me that one on email. Thank you, brother, if you catch this episode later. That was a great read. I spent the morning reading that shit and getting ready for the stream. That was good.
A place where there might be opportunity. And for me, I found that actually relocating to another country was even cheaper than relocating to another city in America. I remember I paid $1,000 for a plane ticket to come here to China, to Shenzhen to be exact. And Shenzhen is a city with about 20 million people. And I showed up there with $1,000 in my pocket and started a brand new life from scratch. No friends, no family, no nothing. Just $1,000 in my pocket was all I had. And I completely started over. It's kind of crazy how it worked out. But when I came here, you know, the first thing I did, the first couple of days, I was just going everywhere, knocking on doors, like looking for a job, you know, like I need a job. And I found a job really fast. And once I started working, it still didn't feel like work, you know, because I was learning something completely brand new to me. And just by doing that and also living in a place where the culture is totally different, it was just like a really
with these videos, bro.
exciting experience. And I didn't even
Q&A me, please. Oh, no. I can't anymore, dude. I just can't with these. Okay, we're reading an article. We're about to go. We're going balls deep in an article. It's been a while since we did one of these. I can't, bro. The fucking walking and talking in the camera and the story's too fucking slow and we don't got like gold nuggets being dropped and Jesus Christ, dude. How many more of these? I'm overseas. Here's how I escape poverty. What'd you do, bro? You got a fucking YouTube channel. What'd you do, dog? You had a business back home already. You're on a fucking pension. Oh, you've been here 20 years. Oh, so if I were to go overseas now with none of these things, I can get a job by just asking around. How the fuck do you do this today, right now? That's what I want to know. God. Well, it's bad enough that AI slop tsunami is coming and a bunch of videos will be AI slop, but fuck. Can you send me something decent? Please. I blind react to these. We have commentary on these blind because I cannot stand watching these more than once. It has to be live with you guys. I can't. 10 signs a woman will be a nightmare to divorce. Jeez. Okay, got 10 signs here. Let's go. By Alexandra. She wrote this in November. Good job, Alexandra. Let's see if you're literate in the game of men. Getting a divorce is never an easy process, but it can be even harder. Do I even have my camera set up correctly? I'm losing my mind here. All right. It can be even harder when a couple who's separating don't see eye to eye. Is that so? No matter how someone feels, shut up, for fuck's sakes. Here's the number one sign. She refuses to compromise. A woman who refuses... I got fucking baited like this is YouTube. This whole... skip the 30 seconds of YouTube for useless shit. Baiting me already. Shut up and give me number one. Damn, I'm getting woman-spoked on fucking articles too. Woman-splained. Here's 10 signs she refuses to compromise. A woman who refuses to even consider compromising will be a nightmare for divorce. No shit, Sherlock. Give her an award. This is number one. Hey, Simps in the chat. Oh my God. Do you want to know how you're going to get raped in divorce court? If your woman refuses to consider compromising, it's going to be a nightmare. Holy fuck. This is rocket scientist level. We're discovering the secrets of the universe. Wow. I didn't know that if a bitch didn't like compromising on anything, that she would totally change her tune in divorce and compromise with me there. Fuck, I learned something new today. Slop is everywhere, bro. AI slop, video slop, article slop. I can't. A woman who always insists on getting her way will likely be even more difficult once divorce lawyers are involved. Bitch, really? Oh, wow. Who sent me this article? I'm hunting you down in the emails. Again, I have not read this. Compromise is a foundational to any relationship, even those that are ending. As clinical social, I don't care. Fuck this guy. Finding balance in a relationship means that both people feel like they have an equal voice. Slop. Can I get something decent apart from slop advice? Taibbi noted that there are healthy and unhealthy forms of compromise. Healthy compromise, fucking girl slop, woman slop, bro. You think a man reads this and goes, yeah, he has a point here. Healthy compromise. How do you healthily compromise and come to a mutually agreeable situation? Shut the fuck up. 12 women who make bad partners. Do we skip there? Let's just do these and we're skipping that. Let's see if they got that part right. She has a vindictive mindset. No shit, Sherlock, award number 2. You think if you had a vindictive bitch, she's just going to give that up? Slopping it up. She's only focused on winning. Are you dating a dude at this point? What kind of man gets on one knee? I know. This is the perfect woman. She's focused on winning. This bitch makes life competitive. She won't even cook. It's a competition. Everything she does, she's keeping track. If I don't do a nice thing, she won't do a nice thing out of the kindness of her heart. I know. I'm going to marry this one. This is great. My woman's competitive. Said no fucking man ever. Another sign a woman will be a nightmare to divorce is having a highly competitive spirit where she wants to win. Instead of finding a fair solution that satisfies both people's needs, a woman focused on winning will do anything to keep the upper hand and defeat her ex. What? Defeat her ex. Is this like a fucking game to you? Is marriage a fucking game to you? Is divorce a game? Huh? Her need to win doesn't just show in a disillusion of marriage, but in every interaction. Bro, are you fucking bitchless here? This is slop for virgins. This is like, I've never touched a woman in my life. Let me find out the 10 bitches, the signs of my future woman that I need to look out for. What am I reading here? She has narcissistic tendencies. Holy fuck, bro. A clinician tell you that one? Oh, it was a clinician. Literally, it's right here before I saw it. Clinical psychologist Dr. Ramani Darvasula. Fuck Dr. Ramani. It took a clinician to figure this shit out. They brought out the big guns. Watch out, everybody. We got the fucking big guns here to explain us narcissists are bad. Fucking Darvasula. Why is it difficult, doctor? Because the tough thing about a relationship with a narcissist is that they often run on hope. It's never going to be enough. And I think that's the real paradox in a narcissistic relationship. Oh, fuck, doctor. Thank you. I couldn't have done this without you. Your infinite fucking wisdom in your psychology degree. Wow. The key then becomes managing your expectations, she continued, female psychologist. Nothing is ever going to be enough for the narcissist. And so it's really to be your best version of yourself, for your meaning, for your purpose, to live in lying with that. What the fuck word slop is this from a doctor, no less? To live in lying with that. One glaring sign that you're in a relationship with a narcissist, they're insistent. Fuck off. Next one. She's controlling. Oh my God, bro. Oh my. A woman with a. I can't. Her need to control might show up in small ways, like deciding what's for dinner, who drives the school carpool. What the fuck simp relationship are you in? Bro, you married a chick that will, You're literally fighting for a woman who decides to cook dinner, dog. If my woman came up to me talking about you're cooking dinner tonight, it's a divorce, bro. What the fuck you talking about? I'm cooking dinner. Who pays the bills? What the fuck are you on right now? Is this some AI slop or men this dickless in relationships today? My woman literally told me, get the fuck out the kitchen. This is not your area of expertise. Literally told me, this isn't your domain. I got yelled at for opening up the fridge to fix myself something. She said, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Excuse me? Huh. Do you not see you have a... Get the fuck out of the kitchen. What do you want? And I'll make it for you. If you don't got a woman like that, the fuck are you doing? Incredible, bro. We're not operating at the same level. This shit's crazy to me. You got dudes begging wives to cook them dinner. I got my woman talking about, get out of the fucking kitchen. Don't you dare touch that shit. That's not you. Go make money. Go in your office and do your, I'll bring you food. The fuck? Unreal, dude. You got down on one knee for that. You're begging your bitch to cook for you. Wow. Huh. Who's gonna carpool to work? Shut up. Fucking hell. Number 6, she has a victim mentality. Oh, bro. I can't believe what I'm reading. A woman with victim mentality won't take responsibility. No shit, Sherlock. You mean everything's your fault? Always? Never her fault for anything? You don't think that would happen in a fucking divorce, yeah? She's dishonest. How do you get married to a woman that has any of these qualities? Blows my mind. So you dated a chick. She showed herself to be dishonest. And then we got this guy here. According to relationship expert, Dr. John Gottman, trust and betrayal are the #1 issues in marriage. Oh, fucking really, doc? Really? A dishonest woman, no shit, and her deceptive behavior will carry over into the way she handles getting divorced. You don't fucking say? Wow. Wow, dude. We're getting red-pilled in real time by this slop article on Your Tango. Revolutionizing your relationships. That's the tagline at the top of Your Tango. Revolutionizing your relationships. She's emotionally manipulative. She thrives on drama. She has an unforgiving nature. How the fuck do you get married to this kind of woman? What am I reading right here? I swear I'm going to find who sent me this. 12 types of women that make bad partners. Fuck. That's one right there. Her face. Next. When was this made? September 26th. Jesus. Women who pay or who play the victim. All right. Women who refuse to compromise. Are you kidding me? Women who can't communicate. Women who are emotionally manipulative. Again, it's the slop. Women who need to be the center of attention. Women who are jealous and possessive. You're just describing modern women at this point. We're literally describing what it's like for men dating in the modern world, and you're asking them to get down on one knee for literally this shit. It's over. I'm done with this. No, we're done. Thank you. Your Tango banned. Never send me this fucking website again. Let's get into some cool dope shit. This is saying, why are anti-immigration protests everywhere? Lee Kuan Yew on multiculturalism and low birth rates. If you don't know who this is, I believe he was the dictator for Singapore, and he turned that shit. He said these were mud huts all around, mud flats. Mud flats is what he called it. He's like, before I came here, these were mud flats. And then he turned that shit into a megalopolis. I think this is the same guy. I was watching a piece of this. I skimmed through it, so I don't know what's happening.
And immigrants has been America's strength.
Absolutely. But mind you,
this guy's a fucking gangster.
immigration of the highly intelligent and highly hardworking, very hardworking people. If you get immigration of the fruit pickers, you may not get very far.
Lately, you recognized a fundamental shift in birth rates around the...
We're immigrating fucking fruit pickers, bro. He said it. He called it out way back in the day. You're not getting very far with the goat herders and the fruit pickers.
the developed world.
But the trend in all developed countries is once you have women educated and doing jobs, the fertility rate goes to 1 because the cost is too high. A double income becomes a single income once you have a child, pregnancy, looking after the child, first few years of life, you have a second child, all loss of income. So this is a problem that's affecting all European countries, all developed countries.
With falling birth rates and rapidly aging populations, nations like Singapore are increasingly relying on immigrants to prevent economic collapse.
Otherwise, you'll end up in 2050, 1.5 persons working to support 2. Not tenable. The whole economy will collapse. And because the burden will be so great, the bright young ones will emigrate rather than pay those heavy burdens. Not possible.
While countries like America, Australia, and Singapore are often celebrated as successful immigrant societies, Lee remained deeply aware of the challenges of managing a multicultural society, believing that deep-seated tribal biases threaten social harmony.
Racial biases, racial preferences, they are not going to go away. Let's not pretend. We are all prisoners of our own instincts. And the first instinct in man is to identify with somebody who looks like him.
In fact, Lee observed these struggles firsthand, not only through Singapore's own history of racial tensions, but also by watching the global stage, where race riots and the scapegoating of minorities have often led to violence.
If you are an Asian in a white society, or even you're an Asian in an African society, the Indians in Africa have a very tough time. And they get massacred from time to time.
Lee would also pay close attention to Europe's ongoing challenges with immigration, noticing how their leaders have openly acknowledged that multiculturalism has failed. He also recognized America and Australia's own struggles as multicultural societies.
When you have a multiracial, multicultural, multilingual situation, not a multiracial but a monolingual, monocultural situation as in the United States, where different groups have joined a majority culture and language, then you have divergent centrifugal forces. Because each language carries with it its own baggage of cultural values, emotive overtones, and worldview.
This is why I said we have to eliminate all other cultures beside American. Like, in order for America to survive, we have to do that form of civic nationalism. I was talking with you guys, where you do have to eliminate, there can be no black culture, Spanish culture, Asian culture, any other culture, no hyphenated Americans, nothing. When you come here, you're American. That's it. The land you came from is a distant fucking memory, and you abide by American values, American cultures, which the country was founded upon and is the majority one that placed it in this powerful position, which is like the European white Anglo-Saxon Protestant or the huge German population. Regardless, Christian nation and European values. If you choose to come here and you shed your identity, your old one, then you must abide, and you must abide by those values. Then you can integrate on some level. But when we have the black community, Hispanic community, Haitian community, whatever, Latin American community, and then they're divided up into like the Puerto Rican community and then the Cuban community, and then they're divided up. You got the Ghanaian community, and then you got the Jamaican. Fuck off with your hyphenated bullshit. I don't give a shit where you come from and what you're repping. It only should be an American flag. You fly another country's flag, you get deported. It should be that simple. You want to fly the home country's flag? Deport. You can go live there. You want to fly that flag. It's that simple. You want to speak another language? Deported. We speak English here. You learn English without an accent. You learn it perfectly so you can sound like one of us. And if you're working towards it, you get to stay. If you don't improve year over year and you get tested, deported. It's that simple. It's that simple. And we could fix all these fucking problems because everybody will be forced to identify under one culture. That's what civic nationalism is. You are American. And some people will be like, oh my God, you can't, that's so mean. Yeah, fuck off. Or what? The alternative, where you are a foreigner in your own country, your children grow up to be slaves in a society your fucking forefathers fought and bled for? Multinational corporations overtake your government and influence and enslave the people You go into a restaurant, you can't even fucking understand the person. They don't speak English. You got to point at the menu. You want that in your country? You want your wages suppressed? Did you not watch the first half of this fucking stream? Your wages will be suppressed. Your housing supply shrinks. You pay 62% more, if not even more than that, actually. For the same fucking house, because of massive migration, your politicians now have to politic and campaign for all these carve-outs in society. I gotta do this for the Cubans. I gotta do this for the Puerto Rican. I gotta do this for the African community. I gotta do this for the whatever other communities here. Fuck off. I do this for America, and that's it. And that if we don't get to that, there won't be an America in the future. If we don't make civic nationalism happen, where we draft our young either in the military of the future or in a civic duty like an engineer or cleaning up the streets or an infrastructure or like nursing or something like that, if we don't get them all, almost in a funny, it's like hilarious when people say it's Starship Trooper style. It almost has to be that in a multiracial society. We are under one nation. That is the nationalism part. Civic for society. That we only benefit the natives here. I was going to say, you're going to get sent to Ukraine. No, you won't. Not for the military of the future, because only people that would be allowed to vote are the ones that really put in that time for the country. We can have a two-tier system where you're a resident or you are a citizen. Citizens are the ones that volunteer into the system, whether it's the military or in a civic sense. And those will be the only people that could vote. So this eliminates the carve-outs naturally. You all could be residents. You could pay taxes. You could be in a safe society. You could have the borders. You could have the employment opportunities, but you'll never vote and you'll never be a head of state in office. You can't be in government because you're not willing to lay down your fucking life. You didn't put in years, doing things for the community. And a lot of this would wash away this dirty aspect of society, which is unearned suffrage. That's the problem with our democracy today. We have unearned suffrage. It shouldn't be universal suffrage. That's a fucking fallacy. You must earn it. And you have to put in work for the society. We all have to have a stake in the game. Universal suffrage will be the undoing of every nation. I guarantee you we're going to move to in the system. Maybe we'll all be dead. Who knows? But I guarantee you universal suffrage will go away one day. You don't have the right to vote. You have to earn the privilege of voting. I guarantee you we will go to that system. Our societies are already crumbling. The way we're operating, Western democracies will not exist in 100 years in the way they exist today. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Mark my fucking words, when we're all dead, watch, replay this video. This motherfucker's seen it coming. I'm telling you, you're laughing. Wait until you see that shit.
Serbo-Croats go to Australia and they carry out their feuds in Yugoslavia, in Melbourne and Sydney. It takes a long time before they become Australians.
In fact, Lee noticed that even among Chinese immigrants from mainland China, Hong Kong and Taiwan, local Singaporean Chinese often voice criticism, pointing out how different these newcomers could be despite their shared heritage.
China Chinese, they are very different from us. Even Taiwan Chinese. And indeed, so many who have taken unkindly to our 25,000 Hong Kongers, they have emphasized to me how different the Hong Kongers are. Yes, up to a point. But in the next generation, they can become Chinese Singaporeans.
Studying these issues, Lee concluded that rather than forcing everyone to assimilate, Singaporeans should keep their own culture while embracing a shared national identity.
I coined the word Singaporean first. I used it from about the 1970s to establish the point that we can become one distinct identity.
There it is.
But we are not going to be a homogenized identity. There is no such thing as I'm just a Singaporean. There is no such thing as I'm just an American. You're either a black American or a white American or a Hispanic American or an Asian American.
I don't agree with that one.
And if you do not accept that, then you are
deceiving yourself, and you're in for a lot of unpleasantness.
However,
You have to enforce it with the state. That's the difference. You have to enforce the one identity with the state. Of course, we're not blind. We could see that we have racial differences, but we could still assimilate as Americans. It doesn't have to be that you have Hispanic carve-outs when you eliminate the carve-outs through shared duty and civic values. That's the point.
we recognise that maintaining the shared national identity would be increasingly difficult to maintain if Singaporeans fail to reproduce themselves, relying purely on migrants to maintain economic stability, the foundation for a multicultural society.
Because they are not reproducing themselves, we have to depend on the children of the migrants to become Singaporeans.
Is there a worry that the influx of foreign workers to Singapore will further dilute that national identity we're trying to build, the nationalism that we're trying to foster?
Probably. But what's the choice? No, what's the choice, I ask you? I keep on saying, look, let's get 2 at least, if possible 3. It's not working. It's not working. I mean, what's the choice?
And unlike nations united by shared history, culture, and race, where people are willing to sacrifice for the greater community, young multicultural countries like Singapore do not have that same deep-rooted cohesiveness that would allow it to navigate profound challenges.
What has to change in Singapore before you consider Singapore to be a nation?
I think there must be a sense of self, a sense of identity, that you're prepared to die for your country, that you're prepared to die for each other.
How many Americans can say they're prepared to die for their country or they're prepared to die for each other? How many you can't even have a political speak, a talk inside your own house with your family. You can't speak politics with your own family. You hate your neighbor by default. Some of you will choose to and would if needed, especially defending your own soil, fine. Yes, you would die for your country in that sense. But would you die for your fellow man in America? You look at each other through a racial lens. Be honest. If you're a white guy or a black guy and you see an opposite race, you think you're going to give a fuck and die for that person? How many Americans truly see each other as brothers in the nation? Not today, not anymore. There's no brotherly love anymore. We're creating carve-outs. We're separating from one another. Don't you see how divided we are as a nation? Fuck, we're divided even by things that are not obvious on the surface. Politics, thoughts, liberal, conservative. How many comments do you see? Let the fucking liberals breed themselves out by not having kids. The fucking liberals are so stupid. Let them die out. Let your fellow man, your fellow half die out. And they say the same shit about redneck conservatives in those Pocahontas towns. Who gives a fuck? We supply them. All our tax money goes to the poor rednecks that voted in Trump, and now your industries are being destroyed by tariffs and all this shit. Fucking idiot repubs. They're Nazis. They're fascists. They don't deserve to live. You hear crazy shit like that being said about your own brothers. You know? Dude, this is the problem of the multiracial, multicultural society. America in the 60s, guys, I believe, or especially right after World War II, was like 96% white. Homogenous society for the most part. Now it's what, 62% white by majority? America has imported too many migrants from too many cultures in a too short of a time frame, and what happened at least in Rome, is now happening in America. When Rome was struggling, it imported millions of people. Then it gave all those people living in Rome citizenship by default. It wasn't earned anymore. In America, you could have anchor babies. I know they're trying to close that now, but now they have anchor babies. Now they have multiple millions of migrants who have all reproduced at much higher rates than the Americans themselves, the natives. So you're being replaced in real time. Your culture is being replaced. You're seeing that you have to speak different languages, or the accents are so thick, you have to communicate with sign language, fucking pointing at shit in your own nation. Boy, oh boy. This happened within a generation. You're seeing it happen.
I mean, you just look at the Chinese, how many times they've been invaded, but then they recreated themselves when the invaders got weak, because there is that cohesiveness, same language, same culture, and the same Han race. That's that. Are we the same language, same culture? No. We have adopted one language, which is a foreign language. If we lose our second language, we have lost all sense of our identity. What is the Singaporean? 44, 45 years. You don't create a nation in 45 years.
As another example, he would highlight Sweden, where an influx of refugees is challenging the country's high-trust social contract, built on strong traditions of shared culture, high taxes, and generous social benefits. He predicted that once the wealthy lost faith in the system and began to move out of the country, Sweden's social fabric could begin to unravel. But even with these difficulties, Lee saw the clear advantages of allowing immigrants. He argued that Singapore's openness will make it more economically resilient than nations like Japan, which choose to remain closed off to significant immigration.
I think the Japanese need an overhaul.
In terms of that political system.
Yeah. And in terms of their acceptance of immigrants. Their birth rate is 1 point, their fertility rate is just slightly higher than ours. We are 1.29, they're 1.38, and they're shrinking. But we are a small population, so we can make up with any numbers, from young, bright Indians, young, bright Chinese, young, bright Malaysians, and all the people around the world, and some Middle Easterners. We now have Ukrainians serving in our army, our citizens. Because they think Singapore.
Ukrainians in Singapore?
Yes, of course. Russians too. But Japan does not want immigrants. So they are stuck. Today they have 3.2 working persons to support one adult. In 2055, they'll have 1.2 persons to support one adult.
When managed well, a diverse society sparks a dynamic exchange of ideas and perspectives that is hard to replicate.
No, it fucking doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. That's the whole point why America's failing. They don't integrate. They come in large enough numbers, they create parallel societies. There is no fucking diversity of ideas in it. It's not a strength, and it's not enrichment. It turns to shit. We are social creatures. In order for us to relate to one another, we must have the same culture, the same identity. Anything beyond that is fucking liberal horseshit. It doesn't work in any culture. It never worked in any culture. We got sold bullshit. We have plenty of examples. Look at every single Western culture that has imported fucking immigrants to a mass scale and how well they integrate in society. Their children don't even integrate into society. Their children. If you imported mass migrants, and some of them have a criminal element within them, those kids are then also criminals and their kids. There are literal fucking studies that show this. Integration doesn't even happen to the kids. And even then, they adopt then after that the birth rate of the natives. So once a generation or two passes, they don't have kids. So in the short term, you plug the hole, but you cause destabilization, crime to rise, you suppress wages, you cause housing to be short-circuited. No one can afford everything because of demand is so high and supply is so low. Housing is inelastic, as we've learned. And then you have somebody whose population also goes down to the native level. So we've solved nothing. You've swapped out an identity, a people, and you got nothing. This system does not work. We need a new way forward. One that understands race exists, culture exists, identity is important. We have to create a society with those in mind, and we're going to have to do this quickly because we're going to end up in a fucking war if we don't. We cannot pretend that we're all the same. We know we're different. We have different values. We have different cultures. And if we don't take care of that problem, this gets worse. Does anybody here want this to keep getting worse? I fucking don't want this to get worse.
Lee often pointed to America's enduring innovation as proof of multiculturalism's power, an example he believed Singapore should emulate.
And America does it better than Europe and Britain. because it is able to attract talents from all over the world, and they are an embracive society, welcoming newcomers. That is one reason for the success of Silicon Valley. The talented from the world over.
That's not the reason for it. Dude, America had money before all the migrants came in terms of other cultures, when America still had the American dominant European culture. When it was 95% white, it was already the superpower of the world. It already was inventing all this shit. It was already doing this before all of this was happening. So how are we going to use that as an example? It was already the global superpower by 1950s. Then migration came afterwards. They didn't benefit from. If anything, if you look at what the 50s and 60s looked like, look at all the cities, look at public institutions and the level of education and the intellectual rigor, the amount of students, the intellect of the students on average that we were pumping out. Look at it back then and then look at it today. Look at our music today. Look at our movies today, our art today, our culture today, our society today. Look at our cities. Look at our families. No one's getting married. No one's having kids. Did the immigrants help speed that up, right? Did they shore that up? Excuse me. Have the immigrants shored up the culture of America? Did the immigrants shore up the fucking population? Maybe just the population, then still our numbers are shit. We're under replacement rate right now. So we are not even at replacement rate, despite all the immigration. Our crime is insane. Our jobs are fucking shit. The wages have stagnated due to the mass migrations. The building quality all went down to shit. The rate of our technological advance has slowed down. We put a fucking man on the moon. What have we done since? We've had some crazy things happen since then. The internet, now AI, some other stuff along the way in medicine and health and all that stuff. But for the most part, have we had groundbreaking, world-altering inventions since we've split the atom and put a man on the moon? Are we living in the Jetsons? Our IQ is dropping. This generation has lower IQ than the previous one. That's a first. I think our quality of life, literally, I think we're losing, if I'm not mistaken, or about to, the average age that a person lives to. We have more sick people now than we've ever had. Where are we improving? Our kids have gotten dumber. We're literally letting dumb kids pass because we don't want to feel bad for some reason. We literally are passing kids through high school with a 4th grade reading level. Nothing you can point to as a fucking improvement. I'm being hyperbolic. I'm sure there are improvements everywhere. Of course, we're making advances. But when you step out of society, it looks worse. It looks worse. Someone said, yeah, the literacy rate actually dropped. Less people read books today than ever in history.
Have been drawn to the U.S. and increased their dynamism. We must increase the numbers of talented we have in Singapore to join us in the worldwide competition for growth and progress.
Ultimately, Lee saw the management of immigration and multiculturalism as a perpetual balancing act, navigating national unity, deep-seated biases, and the demands of economic stability. Yet, he remained confident that multicultural nations like Singapore could not only weather these challenges, but truly thrive, rising above racial tensions and nurturing a genuine live and let live spirit that has always been at the heart of Singapore's success.
That we have got here not by suppressing or pretending that race differences, language differences, culture differences do not exist, but that they can coexist without the majority obliterating or oppressing the minority. But by accepting the fact that there are fundamental primeval differences and telling each other we have to live, put up with each other, accommodate,
compromise, bargain, compromise again.
And which you could only do through civic nationalism, because what is there to compromise for? What is there to bargain for? Our young people don't have a stake in the system. They don't have a foot through the door. Their start is fucked up. They grew up, this is the broken generation today. The boomers grew up with institutions that had some authority, institutions that functioned properly, did their jobs. You know what the fucking Gen Z got? Gen Z got literally broken institutions, propaganda on TV. The news isn't even the news for them. The banks are shit. They just take your money with fees. They won't give you a good interest rate on the money you have there. You can't even put your money aside and earn a decent interest rate if you manage to save something up. They refuse to give you a loan. You got the housing market so fucking twisted, not from just immigration, but they're letting private equity buy out all the fucking houses that are available to then put them on the market for some inflated rental price. Your schooling is broken. The government is handing out loans to everybody. You're going to school with a debt you cannot discharge. You cannot afford to go to the hospital. The healthcare system is broken. The food industry is broken. You're getting fed poisonous slop that's literally destroying your fucking mind and your body. You got pumped full of I don't know how many fucking vaccines, turning you into a fucking autist. If you manage to escape that and be normal, good job. You got fucking destroyed, basically, from A to Z. You are the broken generation. Congratulations. You got the shitty end of the stick. And then they want you to come back to the table and hey, we must all compromise. We must all come together. We must all work as a team. For what? That's what the young person's at. For what? For what? America? America doesn't love me. Why do you think there's so many young people that fucking hate America today? Hate the system. They say the system is broken. Look at what they're living with. I understand when young people are out there protesting, they're acting crazy at college, saying like, this fucking system is broken, it's corrupt, this system doesn't serve me, serves powerful donors, the rich, top 1%, foreign influence. I don't get what I vote for. They don't care about my vote. All our politicians are bought and paid for. I understand why they say they want to break the system and remake it, because it's not serving anybody. It serves the rich donor class, and the rest are getting fucked. It makes sense why the young don't want to partake in this kind of system. Duh. Someone said PDF file vampire politicians. Dude, we have a government that will not release the Diddler file, the Epstein client list. It's more important to protect PEDs in our government today than it is to let the truth out and jail these sick motherfuckers. We are living under that kind of government now. There are so many probably in that list implicated now from red to blue, from all facets, that they won't release the files. Isn't that crazy? We have a government that's protecting predators. We have a government that takes directions from small countries in the Middle East like Israel that have AIPAC, that have all this foreign influence, all this power, whether under blackmail or straight up paying off politicians. We have a system that allows politicians to get donations. They call them super PACs. Super PAC. We mixed politics and money and thought we wouldn't get a corrupt government system out of this. This is what we thought here. This is Citizens United, by the way. Citizens United. We've never been more divided today. Once we had politics and money mixed, the people have never been more divided. Isn't it funny how that works? Isn't it funny how things like the Patriot Act actually took away your rights? You could get designated as a terrorist and you got no due process. You can get fucking drone striked. Isn't that wild? You could be held indefinitely without your due process, you fucking terrorist. That's called the Patriot Act. And corporations are people. And Money is speech. This is America. Money is speech. That's called Citizens United. This is the country you're currently living under today. Isn't that something? So yeah, it's not a shock why young people do not want to partake in the system, want to completely destroy it, and are even looking at crazy things like being communists and radical socialists. Why would a young person go to that ideology? And this is coming from somebody whose family directly was born into, and I was partially born into, communist Romania, communist Europe. I heard about the bread lines. I saw what it was like for the country to try to right itself when I was a kid, actually. We visited back and forth between America as we were getting our green card and got naturalized. I saw all the cars on the road that were all exactly the same, state manufactured. When women could drive on Wednesdays and men on Tuesdays. When one day you could drive, one day you couldn't because we're rationing gas. When one day eggs are available, the next day bread's available. Yeah, is that the world you want to live in? They have no idea what they're talking about when they say they want communism and reappropriating wealth. Never works the way you want it to. But I understand why the young people would choose a system, communism, socialism sounds nice. Sounds better than what the fuck they have today, which is capitalist slavery, oligarchy. None of their politicians working for them. Democracy to them feels like a lie. It's a scam. It's fake. My vote doesn't count. The people I vote for never help me. Of course they would vote in for an insane system like that. Because to them it makes sense, because this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. How is it that we have all this money? How are there people driving cars worth millions of dollars? How are there mansions worth 20 fucking million? I can't find a job. I don't have a decent salary. I can't afford to go to school. I can't afford to break my leg. I don't even have $400 in my bank account. 60%, over 60% of Americans cannot afford, do not have $400 for an emergency. Do you see how the system doesn't work for you? I can't go to the doctor to get a simple treatment because I'll go bankrupt. Somehow, if corporations end up tits up, then the government will step in and bail them out. They're too big to fail. It'll be too much of a stress on the economy. We have to bail them out. The corporations, the CEOs, the gall, after getting bailed out with public money, gave themselves bonuses. They paid themselves out bonuses. Did you know that? They paid themselves out bonuses. This is capitalism. That's what they tell you. Can you see how young people go look at that and go, I don't think I've ever had a voice. I don't think my voice ever mattered in the first place. If that's the case, I'm not fighting in your war. Fuck all the politicians. Fuck everybody. Voting is a scam. And I want a whole new system. And then that's how they get seated with communism and socialism. Do you understand why New York is voting for an insane, that fucking Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani? Do you see how New York is voting for a socialist? He's really a communist. Actually, he's a hardcore ardent communist. He wants to institute government-run grocery stores and other crazy shit like that. And he wants to defund the police because crime is a systemic problem. It's the government's fault that you're a criminal. These people have lost their fucking minds. Yeah. I don't think people have any real idea of where we're headed. Someone said, let them have what they vote for and tolerate. That's the problem. If you don't nip it in the bud now, like a cancer, it spreads. Let them vote. They deserve what they tolerate. Hello, it's in your country. It will come to your doorstep. They will gain more and more disenfranchised people, more voters, larger base, more power and influence. It then spreads to the neighboring counties, neighboring states, and one day it'll come knocking on your doorstep. And you got what you voted for, didn't you? Yeah, it's funny to say and get what you voted for. Or And where's that? Michigan? Little Somalia they got over there? They're speaking fucking Somali, doing Muslim prayers and all that shit in America, talking about how they're got to replace the American system and make it better for Somalians, from what I saw. If I'm not mistaken, that was Michigan, right? How much little carve-outs are you going to give up? Let them have Dearborn, Michigan. Let them have Dearborn. Fuck that. They can have Dearborn. Let the fucking nut job communists have New York. You're going to give up New York? You're going to give up swaths of your country to appease these fucking communists? Really? We're going to bend over and just, yeah, you have New York. We're going to give New York to them. We're going to give Miami to the Cubans. And we're going to give, Texas to the Hispanics. And we're going to give crazy liberals in California. They can have that too. Yeah. Yeah, you're just going to give it all up like that? Yeah. Do you understand the blood coursing through your fucking veins? The history of the country? Do you have no respect for the founding fathers? I'm not even American by blood. And that shit bothers me. It doesn't bother you? You that are potentially a foundational American. You can see your people from the Mayflower. You, whose descendants directly fought in the American Civil War. You want to give out carve-outs. It's taking me, a person that came from communism, to tell you, the foundational American, what the fuck are you doing? You can't give these cocksuckers an inch. You can't let them have anything. You can't even let them get the idea that they could institute such a system in this fucking country. I got to be the one to tell you, be careful. Holy shit. It blows me away to read from Americans saying, that's okay. Let them have this peace. That's okay. That's their problem. It's your fucking problem. It's in your country. It's happening right now to your fellow citizens. What? That blows me away, dude. When I came to this country, when my parents brought me here, there was no such thing as fucking Romania and be proud of where you come from. And dude, they raised me to be, you're American, you're going to speak English perfectly. You're going to learn this culture. There will be no difference between you and an American. Forget where we came from. Forget our past. We'll tell you about our people. We'll tell you about where we came from. You can see the history of how the country was formed and all that stuff, but you're an American. You're never going back there. Never going back is what they told me. Forget about it. You don't want to be like those people. My own parents told me that. You don't want to be like them. You want to be like these people. Be like them. And sure enough, do you see me? Do I sound like I'm from fucking somewhere else, was born somewhere else? No. Fully adapted and bought into the dream that was America. I feel nothing for my so-called countrymen, if you want to look at it that way, in Romania. I have no ties to those people. I don't give a fuck about how they vote. I don't give a fuck what happens to that country. I have blood ties, but I was nurtured in America, fully 100% trained, bred to think in the American way. I have no ties to that other land. I don't care. Some people ask me, I remember in the chat, some people were asking me some shit like, what do you think about Romania's president? I don't give a fuck about what happens in that country. Don't care at all. Don't care about their fucking politics. They're retarded. They're corrupt. And that's why they're so ass backwards. They need to evolve. I've seen what it's like. I've interacted with those people. I'm like, oh, wow. It makes sense why you're still so fucking shitty and corrupt and you have a negative mentality. Yes, that's what it was. I got to see the difference for my own very eyes. My own parents were telling me, don't fuck with these people. Don't worry about these people. We don't care about what they think. Forget that. Leave that shit behind. Sure enough, bro. There you go. That's the mentality all immigrants have to have. When I see as an immigrant, it's insane. As an immigrant that did things the legal way. And by the way, my family escaped Romania with the, what was it called? My uncle first got out as a political refugee because the communists were actively trying to jail him, silence him, and probably kill him because he was organizing with the church. We are Orthodox Christians. He was organizing with the church to talk about, to speak out against the communist government. So he ended up getting on a refugee status to America. And that's how we ended up coming with him. And then my uncle, he'll never come. He's never come back since he left. This is the same state that tried to kill him. My other uncle and my father were both arrested. My uncle was arrested because he didn't have, he was on the street. This is real communism. My uncle was walking on the street. He got pulled over by the police, the secret police. And they asked him, why the fuck aren't you at work? Because having a job, being at work was by law mandated. They took his ass, they jailed him, and they put him in a chain gang. He had a chain around his fucking leg doing hard labor in prison. Prison. So my uncle fighting against tyranny. My other uncle arrested because the state. That's insane. These fucking, the metro commies is what you could call them. The metro commies have no idea what communist is like. It's so insane. It's so insane when these young liberal types think like communism is going to work for them. You have these like BLM, LGBTQ, all lives matter bullshit, right? And it's like, I want to be a painter. And like when we redistribute wealth, I'm going to like paint marvels. No, you're going to the fucking gulags. You're going into the mines in the depths of the mountain. You will breathe in horrible chemicals. And if you live or die, they don't care. Your body will be replaced with the next citizen, the next comrade. That's what the fuck it looks like. You think you're going to be out there living your best life? You will get placed in whatever job the state needs you. And that's hard fucking labor and work. These people have no idea, dude, what they're championing. It makes no fucking sense. Over here talking about, I like to paint paintings and stuff. Yeah, communism. Yeah. Bitch, you're going to be under a fucking mountain mining for fucking lithium. Painting my ass. Out of fucking control, dude. Yeah, they have no idea what that system's like, dude. It's a shithole. But yeah, we have to go back. Or at least we have to institute a form of that civic nationalism. You cannot be allowed to have carve-outs. Hyphenated Americans are the death of America. I'm sorry. If you're not fully bought into the American dream and the vision, you can't stay. You can't be here. I as an immigrant coming here and us working our way here and doing everything correct, to see people coming here illegally, or to see people and not respect, put some fucking respect on America. Put some fucking respect on the name. Put some fucking respect, fly the flag. What happened? I don't understand. We can't even say the fucking, dude, this is how woke and liberal it's gotten. Do you remember? What did we do as kids? Please, anybody here. What was the first thing you did before class started and the teacher said, stand up, everybody stand up? What was the first thing we did? Somebody tell me. Do you guys remember? Am I fucking old here? What did we do? What is the first thing we did at the beginning of class every single day? The pledge. Thank you. The Pledge of Allegiance. Do you remember that? They don't do that anymore because it was oppressive somehow or not inclusive. The first thing you did, I pledge allegiance to the flag in the United States of America. Like kids. What is the first thing you were indoctrinated? And that was great indoctrination. I pledge allegiance to the United States. End of story. And that's what you got brought up on. And that's what made the 90s feel so good in the very beginning. I got to feel, essentially, an America that was united in that sense. I know it wasn't all fucking sunshine and rainbows in the 90s. It was already going downhill. But can you imagine that? I pledge allegiance to the United States. Come on, man. We don't pledge allegiance anymore to this country. Golly. And then you'd hear the national anthem being played everywhere at every sports game. What did they pledge allegiance to today? Fucking communism. What did all these men die for? These heroic men in these fucking wars, in the Civil War, and the fight for independence and all this shit. When you learn about what the greatness of these men and what they went through, and you don't have some sort of fucking pride and you want to carry that forward? I pledge allegiance to the flag in the United States of America. Keep going. They can't even say that today. It's considered inappropriate to pledge allegiance to the flag. What the fuck are we doing? We stand for nothing in this country now. And what happens when you stand for nothing? Yeah. They could only really destroy this country in one way and have the people hate it. It was like that Yuri Bezmenov guy. He was saying how the KGB's like #1 plan to destroy the United States was from within. You have to, through generations, institute, what was it called? That self-hate. What did he use? He had a word for it. What was that? It was Yuri Bezmenov. He had a word for it. Demoralization, right? Is that what it was? You institute demoralization on the initial generation and then it metastasizes and grows like a cancer. By the third generation, the people are so demoralized, so helpless that they can do nothing, that they feel hopeless. Yes, ideological subversion was the way to destroy America, and they're fucking succeeding.
Noman $58.71. I remember
Thanks,
in
brother.
Greece ever since primary school before class we would pray. At first it was a proper prayer, but as I grew up I watched the prayer get more and more sloppy. Eventually when I was about to graduate nobody cared anymore.
Yeah. That's the cultural degradation in the rot. That's literally civic duty right there on a micro scale. Just children reciting the flag, the morals and the values of a simple allegiance like that to the state, to your people, to your culture, to the nation. We don't do that anymore. And you're wondering why we have so many carve-outs, so many people. These migrants that come in here, I almost forgot, that's what I was getting into. These fucking migrants, dude, that come in, these immigrants that come in here and don't put respect on America. They act like their culture is superior, that their way is somehow better. Motherfucker, you left your shithole, your third world slop ass of a country, the corrupt piece of shit. I could slide your cops a $50 and get out of a ticket. I can bribe your fucking politicians for pennies. Your own people sell you out. That culture, you're happy of that fucking shithole? Wherever you come from, your river of shit, people don't even have the decency to throw trash away in a garbage bin. That place, the place you stab and murder and kill one another and have little fucking tribal wars with warlords, that place, you're a literal fucking, you're come from a dump. And you want to maintain that mentality in this first world country that put a man on the fucking moon, that split an atom, that created a bomb that could wipe away your entire fucking country. And you think your culture is superior somehow? Really? What is wrong with these people? Go back to your fucking country. I say this as an American. Well, there you go. You see how naturally that came out? You see how fucking natural that came out? I say this as an American. What I want to say is I say this as an immigrant to America. Did you see how that shit just came out, bro, with a rage? God damn. It's that deeply ingrained in the mind, you see? The subconscious came out. And I say that as a fucking American. I didn't even mean to say it like that. Jesus Christ. But that's the level that you have to have this ingrained into your identity. Is that subconsciously you are that exactly. God damn. Come into this country, bro, and we're supposed to appease your shitty ass fucking goat fucking ass culture, dude. You live in nothing. You live in squalor. You have nothing. Your culture produced nothing. Your people fucking kill each other. Eat shit. I'm sick as an immigrant. Eat shit. My family and all of us other immigrants that came here, shed our identities, implored the American way, did our best to assimilate. Eat shit. All of you coming here. Eat shit. Fuck off to your country. Go away. You're not wanted here. Nobody's going to bend backwards to appease you. Are you out of your fucking mind? Go back to your goats. Go herd your fucking camels. Go the fuck back to your countries. Unbelievable, bro. Literally importing strawberry pickers, talking about I need to fucking bend over backwards for you. Absolutely not, dude. And this is coming from a European mentality too, by the way, as in I've seen what the Balkans are like. I have this conversation with my woman all the time. I talk about the backwards mentality of the Balkans here, how short-sighted these people are and why it's representative of their society as a whole. So I explain to her the superior American mentality. And I tell her, this is why these people are better. This is why the Balkans are shit. We have some things that we do good here in the Balkans as a people. Great. But what I'm saying is, here's the overall mentality that made Americans great. The rugged individualism, the self-confidence, the taking up space unapologetically, unshameful of who they are. Always egging each other on to do better. The entrepreneurial spirit. I see this in the Americans. I see this in my fellow Americans. I see when I speak to people, they talk about businesses, making money, doing better. They're happy when you're doing better. They actively talk about doing better, working hard. You know what I see when I come to the Balkans? I see this there's this mentality here of survival, of lack. Not abundance. In America, you have abundance. In America, you go to a business, they might give you an extra fucking donut. If they miscounted it, oh, it's free. It's on me. You get a free one today. Or they might just give you extra. They fuck up your order at the coffee shop. They'll go, do you want this one? We'll remake it. No problem. You come to the Balkans, these motherfuckers will short you a donut to save money. I got shorted on my own video on my second channel. My own video. The motherfucking shit said 10 donuts. Or 12, whatever. My woman's first instinct was to count the donuts. As an American, why the fuck would I count the donuts? Is this guy retarded? Can't he count himself? Her first mentality, the first thought in her brain, these motherfuckers out here are scammers. You gotta check everything. I looked in my box, I'm missing a donut. This motherfucker on video, bro, it's on my video in Romania. I'm missing a donut. 2 donuts I was missing. And I was like, wow, I would have never thought of checking the amount of donuts because if we're in America, they're probably more inclined to just drop an extra donut in there so I can come back for more business. That's how you get more people. They motherfucking robbed me of donuts to save money. The mentality of lack. Because if you jack a donut from this guy, if you jack a donut from that guy, if you jack a donut from here, that's a lot of donut. That's a lot of product. That's a lot of money saved. You have to do the same shit with the government. You got to be prepared to essentially grease someone's hands to do the fucking job correctly. So I looked at it and go, Romanian society, primitive minded, does not compare to English society and what they managed to create, the American society, what came out of that. Yep, primitive people, primitive mentality. That's great that they have strong family values. That's great that their food is incredible, very diverse food, flavorful, real food here. Primitive mentality. They don't have an entrepreneurial spirit like that. They're good little worker bees. That's what they're good for. They go to school, they go get their college degree, and then they go and get their jobs. And it's good if you have a nice little job so you can pay your little taxes and you can have your little salary and life is great. They're missing that thing that Americans have, which is why Americans are so rich, which is why it's so wealthy. I noticed it when I was back in Phoenix last month, And I was showing my woman, do you see how different people are here? I could walk down the street and I can have a conversation with anybody. The old ladies, the old men, good morning. Good morning. I love that shit. Good morning. How are you today? I'm doing great. Beautiful weather we got going on. Like, yeah. And they're riding their bike, walking their dogs. You go walk in the Balkans, mean mugging. Like this. Mean mugging you. Not a single fucking word. Nothing. No one wants to talk to you. And someone says small talk is the worst. Small talk is, what are they saying? Small talk is the worst in America. Who gives a fuck, bro? It's nice. It's superficial. It might brighten up your day. Give someone a compliment. Talk about something. I like your shoes. They're nice. Hey, that outfit looks really good on you. Where'd you get it? Who gives a fuck, bro? I'd rather have that than this silent bullshit here. It's that friendliness that makes you open for business, that makes you entrepreneurial, that makes you think you could do anything. You would be surprised at how small things like that, the nature of small talk, makes you better than other people. You would be surprised. Someone said that's just how Eastern Europeans are. No, it isn't. That's just how the current culture in Eastern Europe is, because they're fighting, they're clawing their way back from communism and being under the thumb of the Soviet Union. This is a relic of the Soviet Union, a mentality beat into them. You think these people were always this way? Fuck no, dude. It takes a strong leader to reset this entire fucking culture. They need somebody completely different to beat the weakness out of these people. There is so much potential out here in the Balkans. These people are held back by their mentality. And you know why I know that? Because I've met plenty of Balkans who have succeeded. Business owners doing well in America, thrived under the American system. Thrived. When I see these people starting businesses, turning themselves into millionaires, working hard, that ethic applied in the United States, I go, there's potential in these people, but it's their mentality that holds them back. These people have great potential, but the system they live under constricts them, suffocates them. And when they get away and they're put into the American society with the American mentality, they thrive. So what is it? It's the culture. And it is fucking primitive. Someone said, Balkans are a shithole. This guy doesn't work a normie job. Is somebody trying to say the Balkans are great or something? And my Croat dad was always angry. Yeah. That's a sign of a primitive mentality, dude. Losing your emotional cool. It's changing, but it's changing slowly. Very slow. I noticed the younger generation, they're a bit more exposed to the more American style mentality, trying to be business owners, small talk, stuff like that. But they're lost in the sauce with TikTok and all the modernity today. They will grow up to be slaves in their own lands, just like Americans are growing. They will own nothing. Romania has like a 99%, something like 98% ownership rate, home ownership rate. But that's all from the ex-communist system where everybody had homes provided by the government. So a lot of the ownership is from the parents. But these young children, their numbers are dwindling rapidly. They're priced out of their own country. So I'm not sure if it's going to last any longer. Where's the best place to live, retire? It depends on your budget. If I was poor, that depends on your budget. If I was poor, I'd probably do the Philippines or Thailand. And if I was on a budget, 60 plus years old, 70 years old, I'm on my pension, I'm going to the Philippines or Thailand. If I'm a young buck, mid-age, in my prime 30s, something like that, and I'm earning buku bucks. Okay, it depends. Okay, let's just say if you're making $5,000 a month, I'd do the Balkans. Yeah, $3,000 to $4,000 a month, I'd do the Balkans. If cash is not a problem, America. If you're trying to raise a family, America. Because I'll homeschool my kids and teach them with AI. I don't give a fuck. I'm not sending my kids out of public school. No thanks. Like I said, I'm trying to buy land in Montana and be on a huge fucking property and effing off from everybody. basically.
App CD $5. It was either a short time before the pandemic or right after that I was in school and the pledge stopped being preached.
Mm. That's pretty recent then, huh? Damn, so much is changing so quickly. It's no wonder. Make America Great Again resonated with so many people. Why would you have to make it great again? Because it's not great now. Because it's fallen compared to what it used to be. Yeah. I moved to Indiana. Fuck no, dude. I've been through Indiana. That place just blow my brains out. No thanks. Montana majority ethnic Europeans. I don't doubt that at all because it's cold as fuck there. People don't like that weather. You have to be from a place that's cold to like that kind of weather. I bet you winters in Montana are dog shit. It's probably on a European level. Of course. No one wants to be homeless in Montana in those winters, most likely. How long have we been streaming for? Holy fuck, we just crossed the 3-hour mark.
Isaac $5. I have access to the VA home loan. Instead of a house, I'm looking to getting a plot of land.
That's a good idea, dude. If you can get a plot of land, get a mobile home for now, solar power that bitch. Do your septic when you need it by going in a place where you can drain it. I'm going to do the same shit. I'm going to get land. I'm going to get yurts, and I'm going to do a men's retreat on there on top of that shit. I can't wait. I got so much down the pipe. But buying land is definitely 100% on my list. You can build a prefab. You can get a prefabbed home shipped there for pennies on the dollar and absolutely be ready to rock. Good to go. And then build out your dream home slowly as you acquire more and more money and you're ready. Yep. Land is the way to go. 100%. Yeah, I don't know what a prefabbed home goes for today. I've seen random prices. Somebody said $5,000 for back in the day. I think I saw that there was some. Amazon was trying to do prefabbed homes. I can't remember exactly what they were wanting to get for it. But I saw you can get them for as cheap as like 10 to 15,000, which would be nice. Buildable land. Yeah, that's the only problem. So it'd be nice to get land that has a well that you can pump water from. That's big. With the advent of battery packs and solar panels, you don't need to be plugged into the grid anymore. So if you could figure out the water issue, which technically you could get one of those giant containers and have it pumped also, but yeah, the biggest problem is water. Yeah. But land is getting really expensive too. I've been looking at the price of land, dude, like Montana. I was tracking land in Montana and it's getting expensive. Property prices are coming down throughout the United States. And I was just looking for shits and giggles at prices in Montana, like $1 million houses, just checking. And some of them have already lost like $200,000 in value in the past 3-4 months. Obviously, they're like vacation homes and shit like that. The luxury market is the first to go. But land itself is stubbornly high. Yeah. It's no joke, boys. To get what I'm getting right now, like where I live in Croatia right now, To get the equivalent in America, I think I'd be paying $5,000 to $6,000 a month. And I only pay $1,200. Yeah. I'm literally looking at properties right here. Look at this. So this, let's remove this boundary. If I could pick a place to live, it would be this. Where's the draw shit at? So I would probably do this. This is where I would live in Phoenix, pretty much right here. Like that. That's a rough drawing for you guys. And if we're checking out up to 4K is what I put it at here, but let's look at top. Okay, this one looks nice. 4Gs, right? 2,400 square feet. You get a little palm tree inside your house. Great. You're touching your neighbor's asshole. The interior. What's the kitchen and the bathroom look like? Okay, kitchen's nice. And fuck, dude. That bathroom's not looking too sweet. And you only get a 2-bed, 2-bath. This is 2 beds, 2 baths. Bro, this is it. They want $4,000 a month. Has he dropped the price on this? These people are out of their fucking minds. There you go. Damn, this dude wanted $6,000 a month for this. This is what I'm talking about. In July of this year. You fucking what, bro? He went for it. And then in February, he wanted $7,000, $500. He wanted $7,500. He's down to $4,000. He had it in August, he put it for $3,750, and then he brought it back up to 4Gs. He's hurting. This house has been listed, removed, listed since the beginning. Is there more? Since the beginning of the year. He can't. Look, he cannot rent this house. He tried for $7,500. This dude tried to rent this house since last year for $7,500. And he dropped all the way to $4,000. I think that he will not go lower than that, because in 2023 he had it for $4,250, and I think somebody was in there for $42,000. He even tried $3,800. I think he got someone in there. No, he didn't. Wow, dude, this market is crazy. This is what I'm talking about. These houses are not worth that. I live in like a 6-bedroom, 4-story. I got a pool. I got a gym. I got an indoor jacuzzi. I got so much shit. It's $1,200. I can walk to the beach on the coast in Croatia. I live in a, quote, villa. And to go and get something similar with fully furnished interior, fully furnished everything. I don't need nothing but my clothes. I repurposed one of these places as my office. To get a similar, I think I have to go way higher than $5,000, dude. I would have to get, let's try $6,000. This is what $6,000 gets you in Phoenix. Now we're approaching what I literally live in right now. It'll cost me $6,000 in America. I literally have this exact chair right by the jacuzzi. Wow. $6,000, dude. Okay, the bathroom is nicer than mine. There's the jacuzzi. I have a bigger jacuzzi. I have like an 8-person jacuzzi. Obviously, there's no water in it. I'm not even going to use it. Fuck. That's a lot of money, dude. 6 G's. What's he been doing with pricing right now? He's holding steady at 6. He is not budging on price, huh? Wow, he wanted 7,000 earlier in the year. No way. This shit sold for $670,000 in 2019, and that dude now wants $7,000 a month for it in 2025. Eat a fucking dick, bro. Eat a dick. Look at this shit. This is what I'm talking about. The housing market in America is a fucking joke. This house, is this for real? This can't be for real. It sold for $70,000? No way. No way. What do you think this house is worth right now? This is in Camelback East. Oh my God. So then in 2017, okay, a month later, something happened here. Okay, it sold for $170,000. Was this like some repossession? He just got a no way. Yeah, this is a fix. He flipped it. He fixed it and he flipped it. Okay, even then, if he did nothing or whatever he did, a month later, $170,000. How the fuck? $170,000, dude. And then a few years later, it's worth $699,000. And then he sold it for $670,000. They closed for $670,000. This house right now, does it say what it could be worth? Does it have like a Zillow price range? What do you think this house is worth, you guys? This is easily like 1.2 million minimum. 2,800, 4-bed, 3-bath. This house is worth easily over $1 million today. This is fucking crazy to me. Holy shit. I have to just try another one. Okay. Okay, beautiful courtyard style entrance. Gorgeous inside. Fuck yeah, countertops are gorgeous. Yep. Okay, wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What'd you pay, motherfucker? What did you really pay? How much are you asking right now? 2020, he got the house in 2020 for only $450,000. Oh, wow. 440 closed. What happened to housing prices? Dude. Okay, what could you get for sale? You gotta pay. This fucker has boarded up windows. You gotta pay $825,000 for this lot here. Are you seeing this? This house right here. What's the interior of this look like? All right, not so bad. They want $825. All right, because we're on a golf course. So, okay, let's not use a golf course house. What else we got? Fuck, look at this dude's house. He price cut 5 Gs. He wants $825. Is this his pool? This is his backyard? Oh my God, but the house looks like shit. He doesn't even have a garage. They want $825,000. The dude doesn't even have a fucking garage, bro. Look at this ass interior. You're telling me I'm going to spend nearly $1 million to get this fucking ass with no garage. We're in the desert here. This is Arizona. You want me to burn my cheeks every time I step into my vehicle? Just because you designed your backyard is sick as fuck, but your house doesn't match. You gotta fucking, bro, this is death in the summer here. This fucking, what is this shit? I don't care, dude. Yes, you love your backyard. I'm not paying you. I am not paying you motherfucking $825,000. And what did you pay for your house, mister? It got sold in 2012, $42,000. You fucking what? This dude bought his house for 42 racks, sat on it for 10 years, then he's demanding $825,000. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. This is beyond robbery, bro. This is criminal shit I'm watching right here. This is criminality, clean American criminality right here. Not a single house that we've looked at looks anywhere on the level. And this is because we're fucking maxed out at 800. We probably have to go to like 1.5 mil, 1.75 mil easy just to get a house that we just looked at $6,000 to rent. Dude, 1.7 mil, and all you get is 4 beds, 2 baths. You at least do you... Is there not a garage here? No way. Okay, there it is. Oh my God. I was about to say 1.7 mil doesn't get me a fucking garage. Oh my God. Okay, dude. Cool story. And they went for the cheap countertops. Okay. You fucking kidding me? You pay $1.7 million. 1.7 mil to get these cheap ass. Look at the fucking fridge you get. You get the cheapest of the cheapest fucking appliances in a 1.7 with the base level countertops. You're paying nearly $2 million and they can't get you a stainless steel, beautiful fridge. What is wrong with these motherfuckers? What did you buy your house for? What did you buy your house for, you fucker? He wanted, oh shit, he wanted in 2024, he wanted to sucker someone in there for $3 fucking million. Eat shit. This is what I'm talking about. The housing market is so fucked. This dude wanted $3 million for that fucking house. Now he had to drop his price nearly in half. What'd you buy it for? What'd you buy it for, you fuck? We can't see. It's not in the history. But his property taxes, his tax assessment was, let's see how low his taxes were in 2002, $31,000 when he built that house. He's now assessed at $126,000. This motherfucker's wild. Okay. Is there any house here that looks like it's worth the cost? Can we find one before? We'll close the stream out when we find one house that is accurately valued. 1.7 millis, you still get 4 bedrooms. Suck my dick, dude. No. I'm not paying. Okay, 7,000 square feet, 1.7 mil. He's got a mountain behind him. Literally, he's by himself, no neighbors, finally. And he's got a 2-car garage. No backyard, of course, because the mountain's behind you. Fuck. Dude, we got to give up land. We got to give up a backyard. No. Would you compromise like that? If you're paying 1.7 mils, would you compromise and not have a backyard? I'm sorry. I couldn't. At least, bro, at least they don't fucking look, and he even has a weight room and you have a theater. Okay, I was going to say, at least they don't shit down your throat and give you a commercial freezer for 1.7 mil. Look at this beast. What'd you pay, you fuck? What'd you pay? What do you think he paid? He tried to ask for $2.5 million. You motherfucker, 2.6 million. Nobody bit the bullet. It sold for 1.2 million in 2023. Oh, that hurts. Oh my God, it sold for not even $500,000 in 2009. Oh my God. Okay, it sold for 825,000. Something happened, then it sold for 135, most likely a repo, right? Somebody defaulted on this house, bank repossessed, somebody got it, closed door, paid 135 cash in 09, refurbed everything, remodeled, sold it for $667,000 in profit. Somebody held on to it for nothing. Somebody bought it again for a loss, 445. What happened there? Interesting. Maybe somebody after getting approved couldn't make the payments. 08, 09 crash happened. I don't know. What the fuck happened here? Something happened. That was the 08, 09 crash. So it exchanged hands twice. Okay. Then whoever sold it in 09 for the loss, that guy held on to it. It turned into $1.2 million. Oh my God, dude. Just hanging on to your house. Do you imagine the amount of equity you have in here? That's crazy. So some fucker bought this shit for, let's just say, the last sold price, less than $500,000. Then he listed it for sale for 1.2. Nobody bit the bullet. Oh, they did. So he's tried to sell in 2016 for 1.2. He ended up getting, a year later, he ended up finally closing for 815,000. Then he listed it for sale. The dude who bought it in 2017 from listen to the greed, from $800,000. He wants 2.2 million, bro. Smackaroonies. And somebody paid. He made his guapos. Wow, somebody paid. He ended up selling it in 2023 for 1.2 mil on the dot. So they got a 50K haircut off of his asking price. Wow. So he got his money, dipped the fuck out of there. Now this dude has it for 1.2 mil is what he paid for it in 23. And in 25, he's trying to get rid of it for 1.7. He really did try for 2.6. This motherfucker wanted $1 million on top. Wow. He really wanted over $1 million in equity on top. Nothing's changed about this neighborhood. Nothing was built on, nothing extra. No remodels. I guarantee you nothing happened. That's insane. The housing market
Where
is
truth
fucked.
$10, not me crying making 90K as a truck driver and having to move back in with parents to stack cash. Crying face emoji, great stream, Christ is king.
Thank you, brother. Guys, this housing market is a shit show, dude. I can't believe what I'm saying. I didn't know it was this bad either. This is crazy. When you look at what they paid for the houses, it really just drives home the point that we got fucked. Beautiful house, again. Absolutely gorgeous. Interior, fucking not that great looking. You want 1.7 mil for this, bro? Are you out of your mind? Well, we got to check Montana next. He has a pool in a fucking waterfront community. Suck my dick. We're in the desert. You can't even swim in that water. What did you buy, motherfucker? What did you pay? What did you pay? Did you pay less than $500,000? What did he pay? What is going on here? Listing removed. Oh, for rent. He wanted to rent it out. What did you pay? You paid $500,000. That's it. It got sold for $380,000 in 1994. Oh, dude. 300,000, 380 G's for this behemoth of a house in 94. Why didn't I make this money in 94? What was I doing with my life? Oh yeah, I was busy being born. I was fucking eating Fruit Loops and watching cartoons. Fuck. This is insane to me, dude. So, okay, fine. Bring it forward into the future. It's 2012 now. I graduate high school in 09. I'm barely working as a young buck, finding my way through the world in college, getting into debt. And I just needed, I could afford, fuck, just $500,000. Now he wants 1.7 mil. You're priced out of this house. You're priced out of this house. This could have been your house. $500,000. You could have been in a fucking private community that looks like this. $500,000. Look at this shit. Come on, bro. I know the interior leaves much to be desired, but for $500,000, I would have taken that shit in a heartbeat. For 1.7, fuck off. Not doing it. Damn. Dude, okay, fine then. If the upper end mark is so fucked, let's do something. What's a realistic number for housing, guys? You want to do 500,000? Give me numbers right now. I'm gonna average out what everybody's budget is right now. Real budget based on your salary. Give me your real budgets. And let's average out a number. Somebody put 480,000. Okay, keep going. Give me some numbers here. 450, 400, 650, 380, 200. Okay, so it's gonna look like 400. Somebody 100, realistically speaking. 450, 350 is more realistic. A bunch of 2s and 3s. Okay, let's do 350, right? 350, 350. Are we even gonna be able to find a house at $350,000? Like, that's actually... We're looking in this area alone, so let's just see. We're going to imagine that we're realistically shopping for a house. Okay. This one looks nice. You get 3 beds, 2 baths, almost 1,800 square feet. Sun City Boulevard. Where the fuck is Sun City, Arizona? Oh, fuck. Sorry. I got to redraw this. Let's redraw this. Let's include Gilbert and Chandler. So for you guys that don't know, this is the area that's a bit more realistic if we're going to do these prices. This would be like Suburbia America. And we'll just draw it right about here. We don't want to go to Mesa. That's ghetto as fuck. Oh, fuck. I messed up the drawing. Cancel. Let's try that again. We will draw it from here. Basically, you have to go through here. We don't want to get shot up. We don't want the ghetto. We don't want degenerates. So we got to stop right around here. You're going to kind of avoid Mesa, go barely into Tempe. Then you're going back here. This is the rich people area. You're not going to find shit here. Then we're going to stay around the 101. Deer Valley, that's nice. But let's just say you want to stay here up on the east side. You don't want to go into downtown because there's fucking ghetto ratchetness there. And drug addicts and shit like that. So you're going to stay here, right? So this is kind of the area you want over in the Phoenix area. So once we apply this search, let's see what we get first. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Greg Terrible $5. I don't believe material like wood, nails, cork should be that expensive. There's a multitude of businesses that depend on home ownership.
Oh, no. The list of houses is down to 11 results in this fifth largest metro area in the United States. Would you like to live in a container box, citizen? Would you? Fuck. America. All you motherfuckers that said $350,000, bro, you get a container. Oh my God, dude. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. This encapsulates what it's like to go house shopping in America. You get a container. You can't make this up. They'll put you in stacked shipping containers. This is the American dream. This is winning. Remember, while you're looking at this image, we have record stock market prices. Record. Companies are posting record profits. Oh my God. Stupendous. There's a piece of steel sheet right here for fucking boarding up my window from Mad Max invasions or something. We're going to battle for the water wars are coming here. Okay. Oh, hold on. You get a garage. You get a double garage. I don't know if it's functional for $350,000, but you get 2 garages. Oh my Lord. It is functional. We've confirmed the chain. I don't know if it's automatic. These may be manual. You get manual garages for $350,000. It looks like you chop bodies up in here. This is where you kill people. Okay. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. Can you imagine how refreshing this must feel? This sheet metal in the middle of 120-degree weather?
Gilbert Guzman $7.58. Exactly, it's insane him not going back.
Wow. Wow. Ah. Superb stairs, welding, incredible. I'm going to hold on to this piece of plank right here as I climb down my stairs. This is third world shit I'm seeing. Oh, I get to watch the rich guy at the tippy top of this house look down on me, the pleb, in my sheet metal house. Am I seeing this correct? Dude, what the fuck is this? I like how they have a drawing here for me, like, but if you could just imagine, if you could use your imagination, this is what it could look like when it's finished. Just imagine. Ignore its sheet metal and just imagine. $350,000 they want for this. Oh, okay. This is an actual house now. Ah, this one looks nice. Okay, dude, we have one decent domicile here, okay? One residence. And it's a price cut of $10,000. You need $339,000. They at least tried to make this look good. Let's 3D explore, boys. Let's go on an exploration. We're going to spend... What is this? This is $300,000. Who the fuck is living in this? What is this even? Jesus Christ. They like moved in here. This house is... This looks like it's some 90-year-old American that moved in here when all that he was surrounded by was literal fucking cactuses. Like there wasn't a phoenix yet. Bro. He's got a pool table, I guess. Go in the hallway. What is this? Oh my God. What is this? The primary bedroom? This is the bedroom? Oh my God, dude. Oh no. This is $300,000. Oh no, dude. You're asking me to live in it. I would never come back. If this was my budget, I'm never coming back. No offense to the people. No offense. Seriously. No. This is Bo's office here. This would be my office. I'd have to close this door. My woman's cooking in the kitchen. Literally, I could probably hear her. I'd have to somehow set up my office in this space. Do I even get a window? Why is there a dresser where the window is? Who are these people? Wow, this is rough, dude. I'd be going live in the ghetto. There's no need to swap me. I'd have home invasions every other night here. Unbelievable. Dude, and that was the decent one. This is a mobile fucking home, dude. This is a mobile home. This is a mobile home. They want $139,000. We're in the budget. Everybody can afford this. We're living in mobile homes. This is it. This is it, dude. This is fucking it, America. You're living in mobile homes. Bro, what the fuck was that I just passed by? Did they just... Oh my God. They AI'd up furniture because it's already depressing enough that you're in a mobile home. Let's just not make it look so shit with AI. What the fuck is that? They didn't even AI the rest of the house. Oh, fuck, they AI. This isn't even real, bro. This is AI. This isn't real. This is fucking AI. It looks nothing like this. Oh my God, they're doing that fucking frame is crooked. They can't even put a straight fucking frame. Bro. Oh my God. You got to live in a community of mobile homes. And you still got to pay $140,000. So you have a mobile home, you have a sheet metal fucking container house, and we have only 11 results. May I remind you, we only have 11 results. Another one is a mobile home, and then there's a fucking lot. You get the foundations. For the money you're talking about, America, you get foundations. The foundations were laid. That's it. This is crazy, dude. You have another house for $65,000. The dude had to cut 20 G's off his mobile home. He's hurting, bro. He lost 20%, over 20% of his home value just disappeared. Dude, this is $330,000. Look at this kitchen. What the fuck? We used this when I was a kid. Oh. I'm renting for life. If this is the choice, I gotta drop 300 smitherenos on this. What is that? This is 300,000. Where the fuck is the fridge? Oh no, bro. This is my setup. My woman's cooking next to me. That's my setup right there. My double screens. Or it's over. It's over. Okay, Arizona, let's just say this is Arizona. This is not in fucking LA. This is not in LA. Okay, this will be going for like $1 million. So it gets even more ridiculous. Fine, let's get the fuck out of Arizona because it's a hot market. We're sticking with what is it, up to 350K? Okay, we're going up here. We wanted Montana. Oh shit, what is that? 350K gets me this. Fuck, I gotta heat my place with firewood. God, dude, I can't even get shit in the middle of nowhere. God, I gotta heat my shit with firewood. Oh my God. Go up further north, away from people, away, further. What town are we in? What the fuck town is this? Oh, we're in Idaho. Please, is there anywhere we can live? Oh no. We're in the small town in Pocatello, Idaho. Oh, we have grass. Okay, we're in a little community. Okay. Show me the house. Purple fucking carpet. No, please. No!
Semperi loaded $9.99. You can get 4 acres out where I live in Texas for 60K. Drop a steel building on it for another 60K and you have a solid house on a ton of land for 120K that would sell for 250.
Oh, what bathroom is this? What tub is that? Bro. No way, dude. I'm just going all across America. First, I'm finding my way to Montana. Where are you? This is Wyoming. Wyoming is cheap, right? Like, nobody fucking lives in Wyoming. Nobody. Give me something. This is $350,000. Wyoming. Yes. Beautiful land. Okay. Okay, fridge doesn't look like shit. Fine. My office, this could work. I have green. I can see outside. Great. What the fuck? What was this? Ugh, I got a shower in one of those old tubs, dude. Okay. What the fuck was that? What is that? No, it doesn't have central heating. No, it doesn't have central. It doesn't have AC. It does. What was that? That's optional, right? That's an optional fireplace. I'm not fucking. Where's the air conditioning unit? Am I out of my fucking mind? It's not on the side of the house. Do you guys see it? Is that it? No. What is that? Dude. There's no AC in that house. You don't get air conditioning? Dude, Wyoming is beautiful though. Wow, look at that. Okay. Can we actually find like a decent house, bro? No one wants to live in fucking South Dakota. Get me out of there. What is this? Montana, let's go. We're in Montana in the middle of fucking nowhere. Is this the border with Canada up here? Is that what this is? What is this? Yeah, this is Canada. Okay. So we got to sit the fuck down here somewhere. What is this? Dude, these look awful. Awful for $350,000. Awful, dude. Awful. Awful. This is fucking awful. Random place. Where are we landing? Milwaukee. Chicago. We're in Chicago. We just went randomly on the map, dude. What do we get for $350? Oh, this looks nice. All right, we got to move to Chicago. Maywood, Illinois. Dude, we got to move to Maywood, Illinois. We get 3,600 square feet, 4 bed, 4 bath. How is fucking Maywood, Illinois? Is that straight ghetto? Chirac YNs. Hell no, they said. Fuck Illinois. What's wrong with Illinois? What's wrong with Maywood? Is there something wrong with Maywood? Don't. Why is everyone saying don't? Is that the ghetto? This is decent for this. Why is it so? Why are you getting such a big place for this? What the fuck is this? Something's off here. I don't trust this listing. What is going on there? Is this the ghetto? Did they refurb this? Is this like straight hood? I don't trust Chicago. Chicago's ghetto as fuck. Okay, let's go away from here. We gotta go to the south. Texas is where you want to be, right? Texas is cheap. Give me somewhere. Where? Not Houston, gay. On San Antonio, Austin, even gayer. Where? Where is it cheap? Where is cheap in Texas? Northeast Texas. Northeast. By Dallas? Tyler? What about this part of Texas? Ooh, Texas. Yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about. We get a brick house. Finally, dude, it doesn't look like shit. Wood floors. Nice. This could be the office. 2,000 square foot. Nice. Nice. This is not. Ooh. You see? Texas. This is where we gotta fucking go. We gotta go to Texas, boys. Look at this shit. You got a real fucking event. You could do some real cooking in here. Okay, Texas, $350,000. This is real. This is doable. Okay, bathroom's not. We've seen worse. We at least get a standing shower plus tub option. Walk-in closets. Talk to me, geez. Okay. What's that? Backyard? Covered patio? Dope. Backyard is, well, it's $350. At least you get one tree. You got a tree. All right, that's the first real fucking house. Street view me, please. Oh, winter. Oh, the white roof. Oh, the frost on the grass. All right. But it's quiet. It's suburbia. It's $350. You can't complain. It's $350. What the fuck house is this? It's like a barn mix due to surviving tornadoes or something. Okay, dude. Okay, we got to go further south then, right? I think the border is cheap. We don't want to get too close to the border, though. There's Austin. What about between Austin and Houston? Can we get some decent shit? Or ooh. That's beautiful, dude. Okay. Basic. What more do you need? Okay. Appliances are shit, but fine. $350. We got an island. Kitchen is big, spacious. This is 2,700 square feet. This is more than enough space for a family. It's 350, 4-bed, 3-bath. We can renovate the interior in time. Bathroom is spacious as well. You get a shower, tub combo again. This is it. This is horrendously ugly. We can fix that, no problem. This is upgradable. Backyard, beautiful. This is it. This has everything technically that you would want. I mean, your backyard, you don't have a backyard, but that's fine, dude. We beggars can't be choosers. You got trees and there's one more. Honestly, the only place you could probably get cheaper has to be somewhere around this area, dude. Right here. Northern Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee area. There it is. One of these old folks. Old Southern homes, I mean. Not this one, though. Give me something else. A little newer looking. Here you go. I used to live in a house that looked kind of like this. There you go. 350,000, 3,000 square foot. You're in the cul-de-sac. A1, 2-car garage, cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac, private neighborhood. This is very quiet. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Street view? Can I see in the fucking house? Oh my God, dude. House shopping is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. I know people in the South got really good yards. So you go up here. You got the garage. Is this real interior? This is AI. This is AI interior. Fine. So again, 2,700. Oh my God, these kitchens, dude. I can't. I would not permit myself to spend $350,000. Here's the houses I used to repair nonstop in Atlanta. Fucking synthetic stucco with these coins here, and they always get woodpeckered to death. Thank God I know how to do stucco myself. 3,000 square feet, 3,000 or 350,000 in Lithonia, Georgia. I probably worked on this house. I swear to God, I think I worked on this house. I said I didn't even know it was Georgia. I think I probably worked on this house. I'm not even joking. I've done so much fucking stucco and remodeling in Georgia, my head's gonna explode. Again, this AI bullshit. Interior got redone. Good kitchen. This is good. Show me the upstairs, of course. Okay, we're in, bro. 6-bed, 3-bath. So we got a beautiful bathroom. That's good. Fuck, I don't want to live in Georgia, though. We got a backyard. It's not the best. You got a deck. Synthetic stucco, dude. I don't want a synthetic stucco house. The maintenance is horrible on these. I know for a fucking fact. I know for a fact he gets woodpecker holes in this bitch. And the siding is so cheap. Man, you can't buy a decent house for $350,000. Here's a brick house. This is decent. Georgian architecture. Here you go. Okay, sturdy brick house. Sturdy brick house. 2,000 square feet. Kitchen, beautiful. What more do you need? Space. Appliances are not dog shit. Sandy Springs is a very nice area in Georgia, by the way, if you're not familiar with it. Sandy Springs is beautiful. And it's in Roswell Road. Beautiful street. Higher end, not that ghetto. Actually, not ghetto at all. Sandy Springs is the wealthier side of the northern Georgia. You're within driving distance from Atlanta. Don't worry, you're not in the middle of nowhere. So it's an HOA most likely. Yeah, see, it's private. You don't have. Is there a map? Can we plop the map down? Damn, it peaked at $500,000. Look at the price, dude. It crashed. Look how much the price crashed. Ooh-wee. I told you the market's resetting. Big time. Big time. So can we go? Do they have the map? They don't. So this is a private community. Sandy Springs is beautiful. Sandy Springs is a very rich area. So you're in Marietta there. And Atlanta, you're right there in Atlanta. So you got a tier 1 city practically. 4,400 square feet. Read the chat. What are you talking about? Read the chat. What the fuck? Where was 4,400 square feet? Sorry, I got carried away here. Let's blow this up.
Semperi loaded $4.99. Look in Borgata, Texas. Great schools. Teachers carry.
But if you need teachers to carry, that doesn't sound so good, does it? Kansas. Do we got to go to Oklahoma or Arkansas? I don't want to live in the middle of fucking nowhere, though, dude. So give me a cage then for $350,000. I want Montana. I want maybe places in Washington and Oregon are too fucking expensive. California, you're priced out. Phoenix is beautiful. It's sunny. It's warm all the time. Too fucking expensive, bro. I got to be in the middle of fucking Nebraska or South Dakota. I bet you we find some shit here in the middle of America. Bet. Look at this. Ugh. 350,000. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. And I'd have to live in fucking Oak Ridge. Where is this? Nebraska, dude? Oh my, who the fuck lives in Nebraska? And I'm still getting fucked. No, this is a joke, dude. This is a clown show. This is a clown show. My dad paid $120,000 for his house. It's better than all the shit here that we saw for $350,000. This is a joke. This is a joke. I'm being played. Send me something decent, bro. This is depressing. I have to spend $1 million on a house in America to get anything that doesn't want to make me commit suicide. This is fucking crazy. What is this? Minneapolis fucking woke hellhole. God, get away from there. We got to get away from Minneapolis, woke hellhole. We got to go back into the countryside. We got to go away. It's getting more green. Oh, no, dude. What? Now we're in Washington and it's too expensive. The houses look like shit. And then we got to go to the swampy, dirty South to get
Ben Anderson, $4.99. Check out Delaware, the first state tax-free shopping.
Hmm. You know, I never paid attention to the Northeast. Actually. How's Maine? Is Maine expensive? Wow, these old Victorian looking homes. Oh. It's cold though, dude. No. Homie said Delaware. A townhouse, I guess. I mean, okay, you're stuck next to somebody. I don't want to be stuck next to somebody, bro. No. I refuse. All that's available are townhouses. This is a joke, dude. Townhouses, that's all there is here. So you want me to live in a fucking townhouse just because there's no taxes for fucking sales taxes? No. No, fuck that. Fuck Delaware. No, the South is swampy hellhole. No. No. Texas, no. I'm good on tacos and fucking giant Texas bugs. No. Chicago, no. Too cold. Dakotas, no. I don't work in the oil fields. Fuck. Colorado. Last hope. Away from Denver. Where can we go? Maybe here somewhere. Of course not. You get fucked even hardcore. The weed business completely screwed up Colorado, dude. There's so much money because of fucking they legalize weed. Everybody. The housing market there has been shit since weed got legalized. Fuck. Too late to the game in Colorado. New Mexico, depressing. Nevada. Maybe by California here. Is that possible? No way, dude. No way. You're going to have to give up so much to own a home in America. And that's if you could find a job in these small towns where these houses are somewhat decent. Everybody most likely has a job in a big city. It's not possible on $350,000. You are going to be depressed as fuck. This one looks decent. This is decent. Green River, Wyoming. How many fucking jobs are in Green River, Wyoming? Where exactly are you on the map? Oh my God, that weather looks horrible too. Okay, you are. Jeez, in the middle of fucking nowhere. Okay, literally you're in the middle of nowhere. Wow. You're literally in the middle of nowhere, dude, and it's still $350,000. Fucking nowhere. Nowhere. Where is the most nowhere place in America? Fucking this place has to be the most nowhere place. There's like nobody here. What is there? What is in between North Dakota and Montana? Miles City. Nowhere. You're fucking nowhere. What do you get in nowhere? You get nothing. The audacity in the middle of nowhere to give me this. Fuck off, bro. We're in the middle of no fucking where, dude. Nowhere. And he wants $223,000 for this hut. I have to live in a hut. Oh, man. It's not good, boys. I think renting is the only way. I think buying land and building your own, because the amount of compromising bullshit you have to go through. There's too many compromises at this price. You will literally not find anything you want. Yeah. This is crazy. I'm starving. I gotta eat. It's 10:30 here. This shit's depressing. El Paso, Texas. Fine. I'll look at fucking El Paso, dude, with your giant fucking bugs. Where's El Paso? I know that's somewhere near the border, isn't it? Las Cruces. Somebody mentioned Las Cruces. Okay, I'll look in Las Cruces real quick. There's El Paso. Okay, we'll look at both at the same time. You want me to be next to Ciudad Juarez with the Juarez cartel? The only way to find affordable housing is next to the Juarez cartel. All right, dude. So that like the house next to me is like a fucking. It's like what was that fucking movie where they found all those bodies in the house and shit? What movie was that? It was a sick ass cartel movie. They had a shootout at the border. They're trying to get the cartel leader at the border. What was that movie? This motherfucker said Breaking Bad. I said movie, motherfucker, not a show. Sicario. Yes, Sicario. Breaking Bad. Sicario. There you go. Sicario. I got to rewatch that again. That movie is tight. 3,000 square feet, 4 bed, 4 bath. My next door neighbor is a cartel member. Inside his walls, there's fucking bodies. There's bodies because he also human traffics people across the border. Their family didn't pay. So I get this sick fucking house. This is sick. But my next door neighbor has a fucking gold-plated engraved AK-47 smuggling fucking... Jesus, this house is nice. Yeah, so this has everything. But I got to live next to the cartel. Okay. There's like underground tunnels and shit. And just the boys are coming to pick up fucking pallets of coke. You know, they're like tunnel. There's a tunnel going across my house to the next house. And they're just smuggling drugs in tunnels. Fucking Juarez. Ciudad Juarez is next to me. Wow. No wonder you get such beautiful homes. Half of them are fucking occupied by cartel. Of course. Why would you want to live here? 4 bed, 3 bath. This one actually looks really nice. Okay, enough. Okay, this one's actually nice. What's in here? Gas countertop, big ass bedroom. I fucks with this staircase. That's cool. Okay. Okay. Could definitely make this a place where your boy records. Upstairs, okay. Neighborhood looks nice. Oh, like this tiled shower. Backyard is... Oh, whoa, fancy fucking fence here. Look at this stonework. What the fuck, dude? You are in the middle of nowhere. Is that Ciudad? Is that Juarez? You got me fucked up. I got Juarez in my backyard. Yo. You got me. My kid is going to play in the street next to Ciudad Juarez. God. I can't even let my kids out the house because they'll get trafficked out to Juarez. Beautiful house, though. Great. Stonework is immaculate. I mean, wow, the stonework in the back, that's I'm actually, as a mason myself.
Eric said $4.99. Try outside of Des Moines, Iowa. The city is groaning and their economy is growing too.
I want to look at that stonework again. As a mason, I am, for a house at this price, that's really nice stonework. I'm surprised. That wall is thick. Wow. You don't see stone walls like this at this price range. That's actually really nice. But I'm next to Ciudad Juarez. I can't. The fuck? That's it, boys. That's it. We're ending it on Ciudad Juarez. That house is $350,000. What did you pay for it, motherfucker? Hold on. What did this guy pay for this house? He wants $350,000. This looks like a new build, though. This is a brand new community. There's no way this is old. Oh, I'm mistaken. Yeah, it is. 2012 built. $248,000. So he's already made $100K. Wow. Actually, listed for sale, price change contingent $339. Oh, it's sold. It's sold for $339 and he's trying to sell at $350. He's just trying to get rid of it. Uh-oh, money's tight. Maybe her husband got fucking kidnapped, or his wife got kidnapped up into Ciudad Juarez. That's what happened to him. They're moving. Bro, they lived there a year. Someone got kidnapped. Ciudad Juarez.
$4.99. Nice house. Nice yard. But your neighbors are the scariest people on the planet.
Exactly. Is that really what you want? Is that what you want? All right. We're calling it, boys. It's been great. 4 hours of streaming, the longest we've done in a long time. Be back on tomorrow, about similar time. I can't believe the housing market is this fucked. Jesus, this is horrible. If you can, please send me stuff on the email, tribeofmen@yahoo.com. And if you haven't, sign up to the community. It's free. For fuck's sakes, it's free. Join us, have conversations. Let me know what stuff to cover. Let me find the link. Why can't I find the link? It's pinned in the comments, but I'll post it again. I need to get the bot to post this shit. General invite. Copy. There you go. Appreciate you guys tuning in. I'll chop this up for you guys probably tomorrow. And as usual, touch some grass. Eat some clean food. Get some good energy going. And take care of your mind. Take care of your body. And we'll see you again tomorrow. We'll aim for 5 days a week of streams. And if you haven't, join us on the private community. That one costs $20 a month. But we have calls 3 times a week. So I'll see the boys in the community tomorrow for the call, and then I'll stream afterwards. But thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. And we'll see you on the next one.